Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, chat? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is my very special, definitely not going to finish off Jack Murphy guest.
God, you jackass. I can't believe
Adam
you put the
Crigler.
wording in there. It's like phrasing. Really? You're going to tag me and it's like Adam Crigler finishing off Jack Murphy. I'm like, what?
Did you read the description of this video?
God, no, do I want to read it? I haven't. Oh my God.
My friend Adam Crigler joins and we delve back into the nether void of Jack Murphy. Help us plumb the depths of his cavernous intellect. We can traverse the... Oh, I said cavern, but I meant canyon. I'm changing it now. We can traverse the canyon of his manly ... more butt jokes. The dude had his anus licked on camera, full stop. That's the description. There we go.
Did you see this? Someone posted this on he has full gray beard. He sees Lizzo, whatever the hell her name is.
Oh, no. He goes in.
Dude, I died when I saw this. I was cracking. I'm still laughing about it.
Spelunking Murphy.
Yeah.
And the
Bravo,
subtle...
HX Helios, that was bravo.
Dude, the subtlety with the beard.
I
right?
know, it's so good.
Because like he's got like the concerned face up top, and then he gave him the smile there at the end. That's the premium.
Yes.
That's
chef's kiss. Just glorious.
Oh man,
that's
holy shit. So it's been a big day, man. I had we were talking right before getting started while I was getting my headphones in. I had a 9-hour stream today because Johnny Depp took the stand.
Yep.
In his own offense. Yeah.
I gotta get this Lizzo ass off my screen here. Hold on.
Yeah, I took it down.
Okay.
I was like, I can only see so many ass craters.
Right.
You'd think when you've got like that much tissue that it would fill out, but no, it's like there's voids and holes and pocks. Like cellulite is so weird. I don't get it, man.
Yeah, that's like my only goal in life is to not look like that.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all. If I don't look like that, I will have lived a good life.
You'd have to tan a lot.
True. Yeah, something would be terribly wrong with me if I get to that point.
There'd be some questions. But yeah, no, she's just awful. Okay, so yeah, but Johnny Depp took the stand today. He testified for about 3 hours, right at 3 hours.
Yeah, I thought it was longer than 3 hours. Oh, they were doing it before.
4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was fuck. Yeah, I think it was 1 p.m. Central to 4 p.m. Central is when he was on the stand. So yeah, about 3 hours today. But I wanted to just let the chat know, if you want to see Johnny Depp testify, you should be prepared. There's going to be probably days of testimony from him coming up at his British trial. It was 6 days of testimony.
Damn.
For the UK
6
Sun.
days.
Yeah.
And that one was a lot more like from what you were telling me, there's a lot more shenanigans going on. So like, do you think he'll go into more details with this case?
Yeah,
longer.
The details that they wanted to go into had to do with Amber Heard's statements. Depends on how they do it, but I would assume it's going to be about that time. I mean, the judge is going to be pissed if you start
because of time.
Yeah, I mean, she already kind of talked to him about time. Said you have 24 days to run this trial. That's it.
Yeah, he embellishes a lot about a lot, and he pauses a lot too. I noticed, but I did find that he was laying pretty significant groundwork for understanding why he stayed in it,
Yeah.
why he uses drugs, because it's not, he made it clear it wasn't about partying, it was about numbing himself from pain. And like I could see like that, like how is the defense, Amber's defense, gonna attack Johnny Depp now? It's like
Maybe they
if
have
they
a picture of him medicating, numbing the pain with cocaine off of her ass crack or something. Like,
yeah, maybe she's like, it's like a selfie from her camera or something.
it's just like,
What about this, Mr. Depp?
Mr. Depp, did you once tell Miss Heard to replace her pubic hair with cocaine so he could muff dive into that sweet pile?
One
Like,
line on either side.
the
Just
Mordecai,
straight up
he's
the
got
middle.
the Mordecai mustache, but with like cocaine on it. Like
Oh,
he just
man.
chugged a big bucket of milk. Yeah, I mean, they're, they'll have to attack that narrative. He also
Yeah.
said that he was obsessed with the truth, so they're gonna have the opportunity to bring up any time that he's ever lied and attack
Yeah.
his character for truthfulness. They're the interesting thing about it is Johnny seems to have, and I'm guessing this is his direction because the lawyers would not recommend this, but has said, I'm fully open. Let's put it all out there. I don't want to hide anything. I don't want to protect anything.
He
So if
said
they're
that.
going, I'm guessing
Okay.
he did that in private, getting
Yeah.
ready for this because there are some things that he, like when he says that I'm obsessed with the truth. You can't attack him as being a liar unless you bring up that he has a good character for truthfulness.
Right.
So they otherwise wouldn't be able to do a character attack on him for his truthfulness.
See.
They could impeach individual statements, but not his entire persona.
Okay.
And so now they can. So if there's something there, if Amber Heard knows about like all these times where he lied and they can ask him about it, they can do that because he opened the door. And there's some other places where he kicked open doors that didn't need to be open. So I think the strategy is, nope, I'm laying it all bare. I want to tell the full story, and I don't want them to say anything like I could have hidden anything or whatever. They could come at me with everything.
Right.
So, but that's, if a
Hmm.
lot of lawyers who've been commenting on this have been speculating that his goal is as much to win the lawsuit as it is to just get his story out
Yeah.
and the full story. So that kind of comports with that. But
Right on.
it's going to be a long couple days of Johnny Depp testimony because he speaks at the rate of death, which is, it can get kind of tiring. So, but he may perk up as things go on. We'll see.
Yeah,
See.
he seemed to kind of get more into a flow.
Yeah.
It does feel like he's like reliving every single thing he says. It's like he's very emotionally attached to his life. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like he really is, like when he was talking about his mother or his father, like he was like going there and being like, this is what was happening as he's like watching his memories. It's like, damn, dude. It's like, shit, I can feel that.
Yeah. The one thing I will say safely on the night show that you can't really say on the day show is all his talk about like acting and the purity of it and the truth is behind the eyes, and that is the most pretentious bullshit, and I hate fucking hearing it. Someone made the super chat. They're like, "This is the best episode of Inside the Actors Studio," and it was
I heard
exactly that.
That's so true.
When they say, I'm like, oh god, this is like talking. This is like talking to that literature major who's way too into it. Like they've got their masters and they're going for their PhD and in classical Armenian literature or whatever, and you're like, just like, no, please, like, I don't need another book description. Come on, can we just get a beer?
It's like, how did you? Amber Heard is not a good actor. How the fuck did you? The fact that you married that witch, and it's like, she's a horrible actress. Every single thing I've seen her in, I'm like, I can't stand her. And now with all this shit, I'm like, now I can't even stand to look at her. It's like,
Dude,
my
that was the
goodness.
funniest part of his testimony when he's talking about the first time he met her.
Mm-hmm.
And the director's like, I've auditioned this chick 5 times. And
Like,
I
I would have
can't
said,
find
then
the
no.
skill.
Then no. Why are we using her? Move on.
Well,
Why do you want me to meet her? That's what I would have said.
I have a hypothetical answer to that
So
question.
stupid. That makes no sense.
There's one way where it makes sense.
Okay.
Sometimes production studios contract out with a person for X amount of roles.
Okay.
Now, I don't know why they would have done this with Amber Heard, but
Right.
sometimes they do. And so they have a person and they have a role and they have a deadline. And they go, you're putting this bitch in this movie because this is the last production we have before the deadline's up.
Oh, I see.
And so they've contracted out like 3 roles or something like that, and they have to get that 3rd role in. I don't know if that's what happened here.
So wait, hold on. Do you think Johnny was doing like this really slow backhanded slap to Amber Heard by like saying that shit? Like, the director said she sucked. I mean, let's break down what he's actually saying. The director was like, "Man, she's horrible," and I actually gave her a chance. I know, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he's like he needed to inspire her, awaken her, or whatever it was. Like, it's like, okay, I mean, I guess, but no, it was pretty interesting. But yeah, she's awful. She's an awful actress. The only thing she was hot, and that's about it. I mean,
yeah, she's pretty.
She's not the manslayer, right? Like, men aren't ejaculating immediately when seeing her, but she's not unattractive. Like, she's just the only.
I'm sure there's some men who would, but you know, cultured men.
She's just she's like her personality. Well, first of all, anyone who's 25 is like a turn on. Like, I don't want to talk. I'm sorry. I'm past 25.
Yeah.
That, and like, you need to talk to someone who's your age, because I don't want to hear it. Like, I don't even know.
Because you're probably an idiot.
No, I'm just old, man, and I can't keep up with any of
How
this
old are
shit.
you?
40.
You're 40 on the nose. 40.
Yeah.
I didn't
on the nose.
No pun intended.
Yeah. Prick.
Someone in chat was like, "I just got here. Did Adam say any dumb nose jokes?" And I'm like, "Shit, I haven't yet. I didn't actually intend that one."
It worked though. No, but yeah, I'm 40, and it's like, I just it gets harder and harder to talk to people because shit has changed, right? Like, people have a different life experience growing up now than I did, and so it's just weird. And the way my friend Ty Beard says it, about, because he knows a bunch of guys who have he works with wealthy people, and he knows a bunch of them who have traded in, right, old wives for new wives who are newer models, and he said, okay, to one of these guys, he said, I mean, she's hot, but there's 22 other hours out of the day that you have to deal with her.
That's what the credit card's for.
Yeah.
Here you
and
go,
it
girl.
drains. Leave. Go shop. Don't come back.
Go elsewhere.
But yeah, so it's pretty weird. But yeah, so I mean, her personality would just, that's the turn
man.
off.
This is my job. I take off your boots. I heard that. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that is a major red flag. Dude,
yeah,
so that was so weird.
You wonder if he maybe not even intentionally, but if there was a mischaracterization that occurred. Like, maybe she's like, but I like to do that for you, right? Like, maybe it was nice.
True,
but he took it as controlling because of his history.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
I'm not saying like that's the unlikely scenario, because she just seems like a callous bitch. Frankly, I mean, she seems like one of the very high maintenance to me.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And the reason I say she's high maintenance probably is because he owned 5 penthouses and 3 of them were for her friends. Like, when he had one guy put up
and
in a
didn't
penthouse.
Charge him rent, right?
Right.
He's like, yeah, go ahead, fine.
Yeah, he's like, these are all mine. One, look, I like this guy. I'm gonna have him paint, and he can use this penthouse. And she was
Well, that was
pissed
his
that she,
friend, right?
right? But
Oh,
she was pissed that he couldn't shack another one of her friends up. So then it's
right.
like, oh well, my sister needs a place. Oh, this other friend needs a place, and he's like, well, fuck, I'm running out of room. And then this house, it's like so he had this other house, and someone needed. He's like, well, I guess you could just live in my house because Amber. It's like this chick is putting. She could solve homelessness in San Francisco with Johnny Depp's homes.
No, it's just keep dating different random celebrities that all own houses all over the place. So just make her rounds. Just putting homeless people in.
But yeah, she seemed high maintenance in general, and so
Yeah, exactly.
sounds insufferably tiring to me. No, thank you.
That's how I feel about this freaking interview we have to watch right now. My
Oh,
goodness.
it's gonna be great.
We have an hour left. Oh no. But
Yeah.
it was getting juicy right when we stopped it, right? Oh man, it was getting real juicy.
The good news is we don't have an hour left. We have 46 minutes.
Nice.
46
Nice.
minutes.
I can't stay too much too late tonight. I can't stay till 5 a.m. like last time.
I can't either.
Well, what time does the trial start in the morning?
It starts at 9. I'm trying to be like today I squeezed in like at 8:59, but I'm trying to be on by 8:30.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see that. We'll believe it when we see it, Nick.
Yeah. Well,
I say we because I'm in the chat too because I watch your shit also.
No,
You're
I
one.
know.
I'll be honest. You're one of the few YouTubers that I actually watch. I don't watch other people's shit for the most part, but I watch your stuff.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. Okay, let me hit the early super chats, then we'll start this interview up.
Sure.
Rebecca Welty says, "Do you think if Johnny's team had hired a criminal defense attorney, some of these objections would have been handled better?" No. Well, yes, maybe. I don't know. But a criminal defense attorney isn't doing this type of litigation either. So if they had them, maybe if they use them for certain witnesses, they could do it. They really just need to assert themselves on the objections. They know this stuff. Like, look, I know this stuff, and if I know it, they know it. They just don't know how to approach the judge, and for some reason can't see that they need to start talking about why there's not an objection here. They need to just go for it. Or why there is an objection for if it's for them. They need to just go for it. I'm not sure what their deal is, but they just need to fucking balls up and go. Wait, this is from earlier today. No, this is wrong. I was like, I read that one. I was reading the wrong chats. Hold on.
Smack. Wake up.
Nicholas Cruiser. Yeah, this is the first chat for Crigler. Can we get more? Can we get more information on why Tim fired you compared to Ian and the rest? Some of the chat noticed you were a bit cagey when the question arose.
No, I'm not talking about that.
There you go. Okay, good.
I was a little buzzed that last time. That's why I said anything I did say.
Oh, sure. Blame it on the liquor, Mr. Depp. Okay. Righty Rofty Pixel says Elden Ring review right now, nerds. It's a great game.
Yeah,
there you go.
I love it.
Review.
It's a masterpiece.
I've seen several articles that say it's not a masterpiece, and people need to stop saying that because it's problematic. But
those people are shitty at gaming.
There you go. Wolfgang Deo says late in finishing off Murphy. Squizgar says late in pooping on a bed. Debbie O just saw this headline. Sounds like a case we might need to follow. Baton Rouge woman tied to steering wheel stabbed to death on Facebook Live. Shit.
What? Jeez.
Cledge Fenrir says, what do you call a musical labyrinth? Amazing. God, I fucking hate puns.
Nice.
AD says, Adam, are you still a fan of Karlin Borshenko?
No. She crazy. She went on a 7-hour rant on Saturday about how my chat are white identitarians.
Wait, why'd she call out your chat?
Because she debated me on my show the last time she was on my show about whether or not critical race theory was anti-white. And I was like, it is. It's
Yeah,
anti-white
it
because
is.
they're white people are the bad people. They're boogeyman. It's all white people's fault. Like it's anti-white. And she's like, no, you can't say that because white supremacists are using it as a recruiting tool. And I'm like, so fuck white supremacists. I don't give a shit. Like that doesn't change the fact
So
that it is in fact anti-white.
so white supremacists stumbled upon a truth, and now we're not allowed to say the truth because someone
Basically.
else
She's like,
said it.
well, it's also anti-black because it teaches, black kids that they can't, get uh, ahead in life. And I was like, but why? Because of white people. So it's teaching people that it's white people's fault. And now we're seeing an uptick. Like, look what happened in Wisconsin, the blah, blah, blah,
Waukesha,
that Waukesha, thank you. Of course, you would know the lawyer in the room. The SUV, but
not a
it was
geographer.
it was like it was like a Christmas parade, and then we got this guy in New York who went on this crazy rant about wanting to kill white people, and then he shot a bunch of freaking people in the subway. It's like, and I posted, I was like, this is exactly what I was talking about. That I'm not surprised that we're seeing more of this, and that's what I was saying to Carlin, and then she went on a freaking crazy rant on Saturday, like 7 hours. It's like,
Like,
yo, you're crazy, girl. You're crazy.
I'm not a
Shit.
white identitarian because I'm black, and so I'm a black identitarian. But is there
Okay.
a problem with being like? I hate asking the question. Is there a problem with being a racial identitarian? Like inherently, I don't know. Can you be?
I don't
Or
know. I don't.
maybe the better question is it okay to be any other than white identitarian?
Well, I hear the term black power, and I'm like, that sounds pretty racist. But a bunch of people are allowed to say it, like, yo, black power, and I'm like, that's well, I don't feel the need to say white power, but it's like that would be considered racist, wouldn't it?
I
And it's
clipped
like,
out you saying white power. Just
sure,
so.
of course you did. But still, it's a weird dynamic in the world where I'm like, I don't give a shit about race. If you're cool to me, that's all that matters. Like if
Do you love black people?
that was glorious. It's just so stupid, the whole race conversation. I'm so over it. It's like I didn't grow up with that conversation, because we cared about the character, of the person. We're very similar in age, 80 early 80s children, and it's like I could just assume that that's the same thing with you. You probably didn't grow up talking about race. It was probably just did you?
I would have been killed. I, I grew up in
Yeah,
the city.
you would have been killed.
Yeah, in the city limit. I grew up in the city limits of Houston, right? Like, so
Okay.
in my the last class I remember there, fourth grade. I'm pretty sure there were 2 white kids, 2 Indian kids, like sniper Indian kids, and then the rest were mostly black and a couple Hispanic kids. I mean, like you could not be white identitarian. You were the minority.
Right.
You get fucking
Get your ass
steamrolled.
kicked.
Yeah, absolutely. And those kids, like I saw more fights in first through fourth grade than I saw in fifth through 12th
Wow.
grade up in Minnesota. Like it was, it was just a different world.
Yeah, that's true. Different world. I grew
but-
up. My high school was outside, right on the city limits of Philadelphia, kind of like, like the streets of Philly. They were.
West Philadelphia, born and raised.
I'm not joking, dude. It
On the
was
Timcast was where I spent most of my
West
days.
Philadelphia. Like I would go to West Philadelphia and get dime bags from like alleyways, like when I was a teenager in
Nice.
Philly. So like I knew those streets, like the streets that he raps about in that. Like I legitimately would go there and get dime bags from shady ass people. You drive up and they look at you and be like, "What do you need?" Be like, "Get a dime." They're
What
like,
you
"All
need,
right,
white
cool."
chocolate?
Yo, you see. Oh, it was, what is he wearing? He was wearing like he would say the team name. Some dude was wearing like a Flyers. Go over to Flyer over there because he was wearing a Flyers jersey. You drive up to the dude and you'd hand him 5 and he'd give you a dime bag. Or Nick, I don't remember what it was, but and then we roll a Philly blunt. Yeah, those were the days, man. That was my teenage years. But anyway, I just saw the super chat. I want to read it because it's hilarious.
Yeah.
And I got a great answer to it. All right, the dudes for 5 says, Adam, new game plus or new game plus plus? I am actually almost. I just beat Rykard with my level 1 no weapon upgrades, and I am now on the fire giant, and that's the only thing stopping me from getting to Azula to then beat the game on a level 1 with no upgrades. I'm kind of crazy.
Are you going to beat
And-
Millennia with no upgrades, level 1?
All right, I haven't tried her yet. I am there. I am.
I just
at
asked
her.
if you were going to try it. Like, if
I
you're
will.
gonna do it.
I will try it. I'll try it.
Okay.
Then
I heard they
also-
they had an update today.
Oh my god, it's so different, dude. They changed so much shit.
Really?
Oh my god, they changed so much stuff.
I heard they
changed
made
all sorts of stuff.
I heard they made
Yeah.
power stancing colossal weapons better.
Yeah, faster. The recovery time is better.
Oh, thank Christ. I might not
yeah.
die immediately now.
Yeah, well, it doesn't change the jump attack, but it changes the regular dual swing, that move. The recovery is so much faster, and the swing is much faster. So the colossal weapons are significantly stronger. But just to finish his super chat says also, Lydia, with balls or without balls? Definitely with balls. We'll just
Lydia
leave it
with
at that.
balls.
Yeah, she definitely has balls.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Gotcha.
We leave it. That's it. I'm not gonna. No more context. No context.
I don't even know what context is. Squizgar says
context?
those aren't craters, they're curves. You're just intimidated by a shapely woman. Dude, her ass cheek looks like the surface of fucking Mars.
More like Mercury, dude.
Yeah. Oh,
Mercury's peppered with shit. It's crazy.
She ranted for 7 hours about you?
7 hours, 6 hours and 55 minutes. Someone, a bunch of people that I know that are in my chat were watching it, and they were like, "We can't believe this shit. She's talking about us." And she, you know what her thing was? She live streamed my debate with her, basically saying, "See, this is why I'm right. This is why he's wrong. This is why I'm right. This is why he's wrong." And then look at the chat. They're talking shit about me. Here's this person calling me fat. Here's this person calling me blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, all those people that join my chat hate you. And that's why they were there, because they don't like you, Carlin. My chat is awesome on any given day. You know, when there's like, imagine if I had Jack Murphy on my show, right?
Oh,
I could only imagine the amount of trolls would be in my chat. Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
I don't think I could have her on my show then, because I don't know how that would go for her.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. She would fucking hate your chat. And I love your chat because I can handle people making fun of me, making fun of anyone.
Yeah, it's just not that big of a deal.
Man.
Okay. Adam Rhodes 536 for $69.
Damn.
69 for 69, boys. Let's see ankles next to ears. Get them up.
God. I remember when you showed me that freaking t-shirt. I still haven't seen that picture. Thankfully, I've never seen the real picture. I don't want to. From the Riminal Order.
The Riminal Order.
You saw their little super clip of what they put on Twitter, right?
When did they do this?
It's like, I don't know, when, like, the day after we did it.
Oh.
The day after we did the first half of this, I woke up and there was a bunch of stuff with you and I were both tagged. And
shit.
it's like, it's you and me talking, and then I'm like, man, as soon as he said it just went like this, fuck you, Jack Murphy, and then it cuts to, like, you know, a bunch of different stuff. It's a pretty funny clip. Let me see if I can
I'll have to check it out.
Here, I'll pull it up. Go ahead, let's start this shit.
Here we go. Wait, so you're gonna pull that up?
Yeah.
Should I start this? If you've got it, I mean,
I typed Riminal Order and Jack Murphy popped up first. I didn't even mean it. That's so funny. I typed Riminal Order and it said including results for Liminal Order. And it put Jack Murphy on top.
Why does your browser think you're Asian?
That's so funny. Well, no, they're accurate. They knew who I was referring to. All right,
Oh,
here.
God.
Let me share this. This is
Yeah.
fucking good, dude. Share audio. There we go.
Oh, God, it's Inception.
Technical. I was the first fucking guest on the show. Dude, as soon as he said, and then it just started skyrocketing. I'm like, fuck you, Jack Murphy.
No, you're never gonna do a more nastier hit piece than I can do.
Oh, that's phenomenally horrific.
I became a scapegoat.
He
I'm
went
not
way back.
entirely sure why. I'm talking about millions of people, right? Like millions of people.
That's the internet. People gift.
And world-leading philosophers and top academics in the world.
Trying to take down America's leading mindset expert.
I had no idea.
You lost control of the narrative.
Like, I wasn't a public figure until they doxed me, and then I became one, and then I had to roll with it.
I think about every day how I ruined my life by ever becoming a public figure.
And I'm a writer first. I have an uncontrollable urge to just express myself creatively.
And I could just write my books and live a good life, and nobody knew who I was.
I mean, every single family member got doxed. All my kids got doxed. We've got.
What is up with the Cernovich thing?
Well, that I think what they're doing, is showing how he's mirroring Cernovich.
Oh, what did he have some sort of controversy? Because I don't know.
I mean, Cernovich has had several controversies.
Oh, really?
This
is before my time of paying attention. Then,
look, I am not casting aspersions on Mike Cernovich, but he has a rape allegation that that goes back. That's his black pill, motherfucker. That's what turned him into who he is, because he used to be super liberal. I mean, his story is similar in a lot of ways to Jack Murphy. He goes liberal, gets some public attention that is negative, turns into deplorable, writes a book, then starts talking about all this stuff and includes the manosphere element of it. It's very similar. And of course, he's the guy who Jack Murphy's in the picture with Bradley Manning, when that's what caused Jack's that's what Jack says caused him to be fired. So I think that's what I think they're just drawing a lot of parallels with Cerno.
Well, let's just crank this. It's less funny now than when I first watched it. I'd rather let's just get into it, shall we?
Yeah. Oh, and Cernovich wrote a piece on sucking a lady penis? No, he did not.
No,
Come on.
didn't. I don't believe it. Or did he? I doubt it. That sounds like a troll.
Fuck me.
We're gonna need some proof.
I don't. You know what? I'm starting to feel like I maybe have heard that though. Yes, he did. He did. It's true. He did.
He did? No. Did he really? What did you just find?
No, that's what people, the chat. He did.
Believe it. Search it. Oh my God.
It's not gay if the penis is feminine. I don't know. I feel like I almost, but let me be clear. When I say I remember,
one cuck at a time. All right.
When I say I remember hearing something like that, that doesn't mean that I verified what I heard and that it's true. I feel like that was floating around, but
yeah,
someone's going to have to send me the thing, because Drex and I might have to do another show at some point. I don't know.
Which one's going to be Jack? Which will be Cerno? You guys got to do one of each.
I don't know which one would be more offensive as either one. Okay, here we go.
And at length.
Sorry.
And, maybe I should have bailed off the Tim Pool show once it was getting so big, but I didn't know. And again, Lydia, just my friend. Ian, just my friend. Tim, just my friend.
They're good people.
Wait, Why would you bail off the Tim?
Can't say anything right now.
Once it got so big, I mean, maybe I should have bailed off. Why?
Why, dude? You were getting all these people to freaking support you. Like, why the hell would you have bailed? What the fuck is he trying to do right now?
Well, I came here and I did the good deed. I made the show successful, so now I could back off. Like, what is the weird, like this accidental narcissism that he's stuck in is so fucking strange. Okay, here we go.
They're great people. I have nothing but wonderful things to say about them, and they've been kind and awesome to me through the whole thing, and since 2019, and before. I've known Tim for many years, going all the way back to 2016. During the first Trump campaign.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's when we first met. And
Not saying anything.
I don't know, dude.
Well, so what now then? I mean, it's just coming back. I guess you start over. Like, what's your mindset on this? You just gonna focus on the work, head down, interview people,
head down.
Yeah. So the first thing I did is just
Actually, I prefer head up, heels up. Head down.
Yeah.
Tall Skinny Geek says she can come on your show. We'd be on our best behavior 100%. I'm feeling.
Oh man.
I
don't think she would go on your show now because it's you associate with me, and I am on her blacklist. Of course, literally everyone she's ever done anything with is on her blacklist now. So even her own viewers, there were people in her viewer that were like, "Wow, Adam's so salty," and she banned them because she thought that they were talking about her. So then they came to my Twitter and they're like, "Damn, she banned me. Maybe she is crazy." And it's like, yeah, you think?
David in the chat is reminding us that Gavin McInnes shoved a dildo up his ass on a live stream, quote, as a joke. That's true. Oh. He did. He owned the libs.
Wow.
Very hard.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm so confused as to why these people do these things.
Why? Okay,
here we go.
God.
Take care of myself, right? Yeah. Get right with spiritual elements in my life, as confusing and chaotic as they may be. I don't know. I'm on a journey. I'm on a process of exploration I've been on for a number of years, and I don't know where it is, but I've been praying quite a bit.
He's turning to religion. I still
pray, but like the initial, like, what do I do? Right. Take care of myself immediately. Take care of my immediate family immediately.
Yeah.
Make sure that my health and my sleep and my fitness are good. And I'm not ashamed to admit, like,
he's got to stay flexible.
Like, it's time to fire up those weekly sessions again.
Okay, so what happened here was really interesting. He transitioned right into the aftermath of what happened without them exploring at all what happened.
Yep. Yeah, because he's been trying to he spent the first half making excuses to basically, explain away why people first off, that it was other people's fault for even bringing it to light, and explain away that he was a different person, so it doesn't count because he's a changed man now, right? That's basically what he's established. So now he's like, now they're like, there was that bomb, and he was like, I know there was a bomb, and then it went off, and it's like, that's basically the extent of, that's it. Now they're moving forward. Now he's like, all right, I'm cool. I'm past it. I'm gonna be really bummed if this guy doesn't go back to like what the fuck was that all about? Like, did you really cuck out your wife? Like, why would you? What like, explain why you think that that's some sort of masculine thing to do. Like, these are the questions that I want Jack to answer. Like, hey man, guess what? That's what everyone fucking wanted in the first place. Yo, why'd you say you want to, say it's manly to like send your wife to another man? Like,
it's almost like the question was, could you explain the cuck article you wrote?
Dr. Dick and Balls.
Dr. Dick and Balls. He asked the simplest question.
Yeah.
And it was taken in the worst way. But really,
Yeah.
when you break down the question,
Yeah. It was
It
not
was-
malicious at all.
it was, could Jack Murphy
Simple.
please explain the cuck article he wrote?
Right.
Or I don't know if he said, I think he said please, but or could he, or could you ask Jack to explain something?
Yeah, it wasn't
something
me.
like that.
Right.
And he could have been like, could you ask this weird beta to explain this? Or could you ask him why he thought it was okay to whore his wife out? Like, he could have taken a much more abrasive tone with it, but the
Right.
question was there and the malice was read into it. And I think it was partly read into it by everybody else also because it was funnier. Like, to me, can like you add in brackets this motherfucker. Like, can this motherfucker explain the cuck article he wrote? Like, that's how I kind of read it. But oh, real quick. So at the end of the show today, when I was going through super chat, someone did a super chat about Jack Murphy, and the lead attorney was on. And have you seen the lead attorney?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
so he was on and he's like, wait, who's Jack Murphy? And so I'm like, oh, you don't know? And he goes, no, I don't know anything.
I caught the tail end of this. I love that his response was, I got to go tell all the black people about Jack Murphy. I just died laughing when he said that.
His opening to it was, I don't know about this guy. I'm black. It was so fucking funny. Oh my God.
Oh man,
And
that's pretty good.
He's just consistently bewildered by the story. Like, he doesn't believe it. So I sent him the video of Drex and I so he could,
oh my God,
peruse
what
that.
what a freaking introduction into that whole thing. Well, because you wait, didn't you guys like read from the
we read the
limo
cuck article. Yeah. We read the whole thing.
You read the cuck article. My goodness, you glorious bastards.
Dosed After Dark says, check out Dozed or Dosed. Check out Dosed After Dark on YouTube. Yeah, check them out. I don't know what they do, but here they are. If they're willing to drop $20, I'm willing to say, give them a shot. They clearly believe in their product, and I believe in people who do. Snowboard Dan says, don't want to lie, but I really got into Tim Moore because of Jack Murphy, and I'm so maddened by it. However, Adam is the one that got me addicted to the show. Totally opens my eyes. Red pilled. Super thankful for it.
Cool.
There you go. All right.
Right on.
Back to it.
And then reach out to the extended family and to my friends and actual real friends.
Yeah.
And shore those up. And then it was just grief, man. There's a lot of grief. We
Interesting.
We spent a lot of time working. We put in a lot of energy.
He lost the money. That's what it is. He's only feeling that grief because the bomb went off and he lost the money.
Well, no, Adam. He's the work.
We did all that work.
It's the
what
work.
What the fuck?
It's
work? What
the
does he do?
work. It's the work. How do you not know? It's the work.
Right. That's all he ever says. That's why you wanted him on your show.
Yeah, because apparently, because I'm aware of all the good work that he did. Dude, I don't know what shit that you've done, but you just had a funny point against Tim Pool that I thought was interesting and made for a good conversation in the middle of COVID. I thought that'd be great. Also, a bunch of people knew who you were, so I'm like, oh, maybe I'll get some new eyes on my product.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, maybe I should grow it. I saw a picture of him the other day. That beard was way different. That man is coloring the shit out of that beard.
Dude, it's so different.
Okay, here we go.
Traveling 19 states, I think, something like that. More than 20 states, maybe, in 2021. All these events, all this work, all these connections that I made, all these relationships that I poured a lot of energy into. And in one moment, a lot of those bridges just went up in smoke, man.
Because you built them out of fucking dildos.
And so there's definitely grieving, mourning. I mean, it's grief, but you process through it.
They were double-ended, Adam. It was for both of us. Yeah. No, so
you know what they say, Nick? Don't build your bridges out of dildos.
If your relationships Your network. If your network is built on a falsehood, brother, it's not real and it will crumble immediately. If your network is not
Boom.
built on a falsehood, the people with you wouldn't crumble. But bro, you sold masculinity.
Yep.
You sold it. And I know you're trying to avoid it, but you sold it. Like, this is what men do. This is how men are. Family first. This. And it turns out that you were leasing space in your wife's vagina. Man, you can't do that.
Yep. It's true.
And so every man who had that, who listened to you went, what the fuck am I doing with this guy? I don't believe in any of this. You know what was interesting? So,
and they're probably embarrassed. Sorry, go ahead.
Today, Johnny Depp, right? There was a part of his testimony, and he said the worst thing other than what was happening, his kids having to face this.
Yeah.
The worst thing was, he said, I gave advice to so many people that was true. And my biggest fear is that they would think that I lied to them and that I was a fraud.
Wow.
Because this could be acting, I don't know, but the sentiment is what matters.
Right.
He believed in what he said, and a lie did to him, according to Johnny Depp, a lie did to him what the truth did to Jack Murphy. And he was scared that lie would shatter the relationships because people would think he's a fraud. So that would undo the advice that he gave that was heartfelt, that was supposed to be true. And you got the impression that he was telling people how to be good husbands.
Yeah.
Like, because the way he said, or at least how to be good to other people. And then for him to fear that was a fraud, and that people would go, oh shit, this guy doesn't know the first thing about being good to other people, particularly a wife, because he's an abuser.
Yeah.
So of course those relationships would go up in smoke. But with Jack, the difference is it was true.
Right.
Like he wrote it. So he's saying they went up in a moment. They went up the moment you wrote the article.
Yeah.
It was just a delayed bomb.
Yeah.
And
he built this whole empire out of I want to keep using the joke out of dildos, but it's like it's literally true, and it's like they're all wobbly and shit. I guess I'm assuming, I don't know. There might be some hard dildos out there. I'm not too experienced with dildos. All right,
there's all varieties of dildos, Adam. Come on, there's floppy dildos, there's stiff dildos, there's narrow dildos, there's wide dildos, there's whatever you need.
Yeah, so so when people find out that that's what it's built out of, and not like good strong wood. Sorry, man, it's there's too many jokes. They write themselves.
I built the frame. I told people I built the frame out of wood, but it was really a polysiliconate. I was like, oh shit!
You took the drywall off, and it's just a bunch of all the dildos just fall out of the wall.
This isn't how you insulate things.
Why is the house wobbling? Well, the foundation. I mean, I just shoved a bunch of dicks in the ground and built the house on that. Oh man.
Okay, here we go.
But what I was gonna say is like all of those people, because Johnny Depp's, the people who hear his advice, right? It's still kind of up in the air, because it's like, we don't know whether or not it's true or not. Whereas here, he wrote the fucking article.
Yeah.
He shoved it up his ass. He did 69 for 69. I mean, it's like there's all this evidence is true. It's in their face. It's like, bam. Oh, shit. I hope no one finds out that I was in the liminal order. No, I was not in liminal order. Imagine the people who
doxed and exposed.
Right. Imagine the people that's exactly what they're thinking. They're like, fuck. I don't want people to know that I was in there. Like, I want, I got to separate myself from this ASAP. Hey wife, don't worry, that charge to so I'm like, is it liminal? No, it's liminal order.
Seminal.
Seminal, whatever. They're all hilarious now. Yeah, they're all synonymous for each other, but it's embarrassing. I don't want to be attached to that.
And the thing I don't think he understands, he's like, people are attacking me for sex work or whatever. It's like, no, Jack. No. There's nothing wrong with being like Rocco Siffredi, right? Or Peter
Yeah,
North
if
or
he
something.
owned it, and if he wasn't ashamed of it, if he was
And if
like,
you
yeah,
weren't
that's
giving,
me, that's
but
right.
I would never
Can you
ask.
imagine though?
I would
Hold
never
on.
ask Rocco Siffredi for marriage advice, though.
That's a
right?
good
Like,
point. Or how to be an alpha. It's like,
Yeah. Like that's the difference. It's like,
oh
dude,
man.
you
No, I
put-
was not a member, you fuckers.
It's like you and God, the most offensive. You were supposed to like you're the man. You're supposed to protect her. That's what you preach, and you put her on the internet.
Right.
Like you put her
Yeah.
in Matt from Tinder's house,
Yep.
and then you put her on the internet. Like
And
you
acted
did those
proud
two things.
about it. Like,
It's
dude.
so fucking
And then,
gross.
but then what in the article, he was proud of it. Like, look how manly I am that I sent my wife and I'm so happy because I'm in control. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? And then like, skip to the future. Imagine, like, I'm curious, right? Think about this. Let's do a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Say Sydney, go right to Dr. Dickenballs, type in hit send. It gets to Sydney Watson's screen. She reads it, and he goes, "Yeah, I wrote that. That's right. All right, I did that. I stand by it. I did sex work. Boom." And people were like, "Oh shit, he did." And then he was like, "And I'm a changed man." Like I realized imagine if he did that, the explosiveness of the bomb would have been a completely different situation. Don't you think?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think if only because people wouldn't have really looked into it that much.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have blown up. It would
Yeah.
have just I don't know, it would have singed the people watching, but they wouldn't have been like it like this guy says. He compares it to the freaking what was that bomb that he compared it to? Baghdad? Not Baghdad.
Hiroshima?
No. That bomb that blew off in 2020, the one with the fertilizer.
Fuck. Yeah.
Um,
Where was that?
I don't know. He referenced it, and it was like it was a massive bomb.
Yeah.
I can't believe
Was it Beirut?
Beirut. That's it. Yeah, in
Yeah.
Beirut. And it's like that bomb, it wouldn't destroyed him like he is now. Like, look at how, like, the Courting made a video. Well, of course he makes a video about practically everything, but
yeah, the Quartering would make a video about himself waking up if he needed to. It's like, I got to get that seventh one
Dude,
out.
Don't give him any ideas, please.
You see,
yeah.
guys, I woke up today. It was interesting.
I think I've heard him say that before, verbatim like that. So I woke up today, and this is brought to you. Today's sponsor is Raid Shadow Legends.
When you need to wake up in the morning, you wake up with Raid Shadow Legends. That's what I do. No, so here's to the chat real quick. A bunch of people are saying, who is Rocco? Please do not Google it. I'll just tell you. So I mentioned two like male porn stars who have been around forever, Peter North and Rocco Siffredi. They're like some of the bigger names in the industry or whatever. And they've been around for like for fucking ever. I don't know, from as long as I can remember. So I was just pointing out that, like, yes, there are things wrong with being a pornographer in general. I'm not suggesting that people should do that, but I'm saying, like, nobody cares that you're a pornographer. Like, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah.
That's not going to burn any bridges. It's all of the other stuff that you did. It's how you presented yourself as not a pornographer. And it's also, just what you did to the person you're supposed to protect. You weren't selling masculinity. You were selling masculinity, but it was all fake. That's the biggest
porn. I don't remember where I read this, but I thought it was pretty accurate. Porn is internet cuckoldry. Like, if you watch porn, like, it's the same thing. It's like you're not in the room, but it's the same thing. You're watching other people have sex. And I was like, damn, like, that's pretty accurate, actually.
Kind of, except the difference being you don't have any investment in the female.
Okay. All right. That's what cult culture is. Like it's like your wife or your significant
Yeah,
other.
it's
Okay.
it's
All right.
your thing.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. But the someone said, what are the first look, the first porn I ever saw was one with Rocco in it. And I was my one of my friends in high school got the tape, and everybody, like, they passed it around. It was disgusting.
Is that the day you found out you were bi?
Yeah, I did.
Into dudes.
And I don't remember the name of this thing. It was something. I mean, it was so 90s. Like, all the chicks' hair was like like mountains of hair, and
From
like
all angles too. Hair here, hair
no,
down
they
there.
were trimmed up.
Oh, okay, all right.
Or whatever. But the full body, like, fishnet suits or whatever. And I just remember one line. This legitimately, this is all I remember from it. Is one line. It's from Rocco, and
You remember words? That's what you
Yes.
remember.
Yeah, this
Okay,
was like a
go ahead.
movie.
Don't let me stop you. Please give us what it is.
This was an actual movie. Like, back before it was just like scenes of pornography, they had some, like, a movie, because you had to go buy like a
slight
tape.
plot.
Right. And so I remember Rocco looking at someone going, "Don't tell," in his stupid fucking French accent. And it was like,
Wait,
what?
Say that in
Don't
non
hurt her.
Don't
is what
hurt
he
her.
said. Yeah. Don't tell. And it was like, that's all I remember from it. Other than that, like, I don't remember anything. But it was made of quite an impression, I guess.
All right. Clearly.
So fucking weird.
Wow.
But that was fucking 26 years ago or whatever.
Wow.
It's been a long time.
Dude, we've been live for 56 minutes and we watched 2 minutes.
I know. The worst part is someone's gonna figure out what movie that was based on that. Like, and
right.
Be like, oh yeah, that was this.
And then they're gonna superimpose your face on this dude's, and then make a little clip when he says "don't hit it," and then that's gonna be you saying it.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, he's
Let's get on
Italian,
this.
not French. Okay, here we go.
Therapist says I did it very
It's
quickly.
your fault.
It's only been 3.5 months or something, right? It was the end of December.
Yeah.
So, process through it and then get back to work. So
Yeah.
back
There's
to the mission.
I've been mini canceled.
Wait, what's
I
the mission?
cultivate mini cancellations just to get used to it, and check myself. And
Well, I know what he's trying to do, but were you canceled for cuckoldry? I'm gonna think no.
and keep humble and grounded. But there is in the internet, it's built out of emotions, and it's built out of very shallow emotions, very strong but very shallow, very bright, very brief emotions. And one of those emotions that is just a human constant is humiliating somebody else. Like, people gather around, like, this is a time to pillory, this is the time to humiliate. And being humiliated, there's two sides of that, right? There's the people who are doing the humiliation, and then there's the person who's humiliated. What
Where's
are
he
you
going with this?
humiliated by? Are you humiliated by their humiliation, or are you humiliated by your own actions?
Good
And if you're
questions.
humiliated by your own actions,
Yeah.
then you're humiliated. That's between you and yourself, or you and your God, or whatever. It has nothing to do with the audience anymore. I mean, it does when you want
Let him
to
answer.
talking to them, but that humiliation is it's not really a social. It is, to a certain extent, to humiliation, because we're social creatures, and you go back to the savannah, we had to humiliate each other to make sure that certain behaviors did not occur to continue our survival. So that was just a part of how human beings kind of dealt with their social environment
You
and
set up
the
real
realities
quick
of their other
there.
environment. We're in a different time now, but the programming's still there. But really, the humiliations between the people that you directly affected, you and the people you directly affected, and then you and yourself and who you are, and then checking back in. And the process of being humiliated, the process of becoming humble, and the process of working through that is between you and yourself, you and your close people. And it's not between you and the audience, people who don't know you, people who don't care about you.
Okay,
Hey,
Viner
boss,
critique.
dude.
You gotta let him answer the questions you just
He's
asked.
not. He's not answering. He's not asking him. He's basically. This is what I said he was doing last time. He's throwing these really slow softballs, Like, all right, I'm throwing it down the middle really slow. But now he's taking it a step further. He's like, all right, oh, good hit. And it's going really far all the way. Home run. Good job, Jack. Woo. Like, he's doing all the work for him. He's saying, I could see this and that. And then he's giving all of these like different answers. And
Yeah.
it's like, all right, Jack, I know this is a tough subject. I'm just going to like, I thought about this. Here's these really good questions. And here's what you should say. Instead of saying that, he's just like actually answering the questions. Like, what the I actually, for a second there, I was like, oh shit, a good questions. And he asked them and then didn't fucking stop. What the fuck?
It's like Murphy is sitting out there in the water with his skis on. This guy drives up and is like, here's 15 different tow ropes. Just grab one.
Yeah.
It's weird. But let's see. Maybe he's got something else planned.
Yeah, I hope so.
But because it's amplified so much, it's really difficult for our minds to make that distinction between like the world hates me and like, no, it's not the world. It's just this fake virtual world.
No, it's the world. No. We got to stop this. Like, Twitter isn't real unless your life is on Twitter, right? Like,
true.
Twitter isn't real unless you're Jack Posobiec. Then Twitter's real, right? Because like Jack Posobiec's business model heavily involves Twitter,
right?
And so Twitter becomes very fucking real. For Jack Murphy, this isn't just a virtual world. This is the world in which he lives in. This is his entire business is in this not real world. Like once he steps away, his option is Burger King.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I mean, whoa, he can always go back to writing or DJing.
Yeah. From Democrat to deplorable, from butt plug to here.
Right, man. There's a lot to address there. One, do I regret some of my actions in the past? Yes. Am I ashamed of any of them? No. So like
yes, you are. I hate
what?
These fucking 1, yes. 2, I totally changed. 3, I'm just so much better now. 4, if you still think about that, this is all your fault.
I'm kind of curious why he's not ashamed. I hope he's going to explain that because he seemed ashamed. Like, dude, you deleted everything.
Yeah, if you're not ashamed, then you would never have acted the way you did. You wouldn't.
Right, you would have just answered the question.
Exactly. You fucking snapped at Sydney out of nowhere, dude. Like, Sydney came hot with them receipts and proved that you didn't make it clear you didn't want to talk about it. Which, if you're not ashamed of it, why would you not want to talk about it anyway?
Yeah.
So it's like everything that you have done in the past 3 months proved that you are ashamed of it. Or you just are embarrassed that the information came out that ruined your business model.
See, I kind of go the other way. Like I'm ashamed of some of the things I've done in my life, but I don't regret them because I am here.
Right.
With those things. Like I can't divorce myself from one of those things and say I'd still end up in the same place, but I can be ashamed of some of those actions and try and rectify that. But I don't regret them. That's the difference for me. So I don't know if that's a distinction without a difference. I think there's a difference though.
Yeah.
Because I think shame is how you grow. And regret isn't.
Well, it's interesting because this guy kind of started this question line by saying that, society shames people. And that's kind of what keeps certain people in society from doing certain things. And I was like, damn, like, is he about to fucking like drop the hammer right now? I was waiting for it because that shit should be shamed. You shouldn't be sending your significant other to another man's house. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? And then on top of that, write a fucking article about it and put it online. What? There's all sorts of things that he should not have done, but all of them should absolutely be shamed. Period.
So, some people in the chat are saying shame equals regret, but I don't think those are the same thing at all.
I agree. I agree with you. They're not the same.
Okay, let's keep going.
Feeling any personal humiliation about what I had done or anything. Nothing. Do I regret it? Sure. Would I advise people to do some of the things that I did? Probably not. I'd advise against it. But like, am I ashamed? No. And do I have any negative, like lingering feelings from it? No, absolutely not. The
Then why would you regret it then?
humiliation-
Why
You
would he regret
don't.
it? He just said he regrets it, but then he doesn't feel any shame, and it's like, then why do you regret it? You shouldn't regret it then. What's the difference?
That's so weird. Like,
He's just trying to act so like he's above it all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this shit is
Yeah.
below me. Like, why? How? That's why he said, I don't get why people are upset. It's like, because you fucking acted like you were some dude to follow. Like you were an example. You're not an example, man. That's what it is. Your whole business model was follow me, do what I do. Let me show you how to be a man. Let me show you the manosphere and like what it takes to be an alpha. And then it's like all the shit came out, and it's like, oh damn, you're not alpha at all. You're fucking beta as shit. Sending your wife somewhere else, talking about it. Yo, it's embarrassing, and he should be embarrassed.
I fucking hate the chat in some ways.
What? I'm not reading the chat. I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
no,
not
no.
reading it.
Hold on.
I see it. I'm not reading it. It goes kind of fast.
It's fine. Mephisto's movie review says, Nick, the movie you talked about is called Decameron, which has a soft version and a hard version. Yes, I am a degenerate. This is why we need to set up a podcast.
Wait, they
meeting.
found it already? All right. All right, please, somebody put his face on that guy and have it say right at the moment where it says "Don't hurt her," and I really need that. Post it on Twitter and I'll share it, please.
Oh my god!
Wait, he's wearing clothes at the moment, right? Or is it one during the scene? Because he's talking. I'm assuming because
he's
talking going
clothed.
on.
He's
It's not
clothed.
during. It's in between the sex scenes. Okay, good.
Yeah, in that I don't know if that's the. I'm trying to find it, but I don't know. I can't verify. That's the problem here. But anyway, it does. I'm gonna take his word for it.
Okay.
Very, very embarrassing. See, like, do I regret watching Decameron? No, but am I ashamed of it? Of course.
Wonderful.
Simple.
Here we go.
answers.
Creation says regret versus shame. Regret is made by external failures. Shame is internal failures.
There you go.
Interesting. Interesting.
There you go. All right.
I think that's one way of defining it.
Here
All
we
right,
go.
go ahead. Yeah.
In fact, in some ways, there was a straw man created about me, right? Like it's interesting. You bring up the persona, and there's at once me, and then there's maybe a persona that I cultivated.
We call that a lie.
But I felt like it was really congruent and authentic with who I was, and I think that was part of my charm.
What?
To people?
Wait.
I gotta go back. Hold on.
What the fuck? Well, I built this fake persona of myself, but I thought it was really accurate to who I was anyway. So, it's like, what the fuck? What are you saying, dude? He's saying nothing right now.
The Title Guardian says, be nice to Benjamin. He's legitimately a nice dude. I got no problem with him. No problem at all. I mean,
Yeah.
I might have an issue with how he does a question here and there, but I have
Or
that same
not
issue with
do a question.
if I watched me interviewing someone, I would do the same thing.
Right.
I would have criticisms.
True.
That's fine. I hope to talk to him sometime in the near future too. Like he seems like a legitimately nice guy. No problem with him. Here,
Yeah, I agree.
Let's go back and see what he said here.
Right? Like it's interesting. You bring up the persona, and there's at once me, and then there's maybe a persona that I cultivated. But I felt like it was really congruent and authentic with who I was, and I think that was part of my charm to people.
No, but that's the problem is that it wasn't. In the moment
Exactly.
that the facade was lifted, everybody thought, wait, these aren't congruent, and that's the problem.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I was always very open and honest about my struggles with my divorce and with
You just weren't open and honest with your struggles with your Cuckoldry.
with getting more
Sex
time with my
addiction.
kids and what it's like to be a dad and just growth and change and evolution and going from Democrat to deplorable and all these things. Like I was just very authentic and open, cards on the table, right? Because I started.
Except for that cuck article you wrote. That card was off the table. You said so much. When she knew that, I was not ready. I was not wanting to talk about that.
Mm-hmm. I put up my boundaries. Oh my God.
I gotta pour a drink because he said Democrats are deplorable. So just saying.
Is that a was that a drinking thing?
I think if I do that drinking game, I'll actually die. So no, but kind of. Here we go.
Writing
man.
as a Sood and then kept writing as if I were a Sood. And I think that was part of the appeal. I have felt like that there's been a straw man created of me that then was burned in effigy a million billion times over. And so I get frustrated sometimes.
Who created the straw man? And what was the straw man? Can you explain these things?
He did. He built it. He basically is trying to say that his online persona that he built, that he's the same as, that like, he would think that he's the same. That's why people like it. That's his charm, is because of this. That is true, because he built this persona that people thought that he was, and people were paying him money monthly to learn from that figure. But when people saw like the reality of what that figure was, how he created it, and that's that they say they burnt it to the crisp. It's like, no, you lit it up yourself because you built it on a foundation that was based on something that you were not that person. You're a completely different person, you know. And the way he handled himself, you know, that's what I keep saying. Like, he could have kept his I don't know, his what's the word I'm looking for?
Cool.
Like yeah, I mean, no, not his confidence.
Yeah.
He showed a lack of confidence. He showed a lack of trust in himself, like his own confidence is the best word I could think of right now. But you know, he was a very confident man. But then as soon as the shit came out, all of that crumbled, and he was like, oh shit, well, fuck you, and fuck you for even saying it. I'm out of here. Like, bah! And it's like, bro, so you are embarrassed about this shit. It's like, well, if you were confident and like didn't give a shit and just like owned it, it would have been a whole different story. Because, you know, like that is honestly, that's what, when I lost all of my respect for him, is the way the way he did that to Sydney. I was like, damn, like that really proves how embarrassed he was that this shit is coming to light and he's attacking her when he should have just been. I mean, it's his own fault. It's your fault, Jack. You did this shit. It's your fault. And I have yet to see him own up to it. And that I don't think I ever will. I don't think we will at all. He'll never say, I'm the one who fucked up. Period.
It's funny because his actions in that moment were as incongruent with his portrayed character as the sex stuff was, but in a different way.
Exactly. Yes. Nailed it.
Right,
well said.
Times because of the way that there's just an artifact of me out there that's not me, that I didn't create, that doesn't resonate with who I am as a person, but yet everyone is engaging with it, even my friends and people in my network and people who I associated with and whatnot. And it's just been burned. It's just a creation of me that's not me, that's been burned and people pointing and laughing at. And then I try to do my normal work. And
I'm just going to do the work. Bro, again, the work doesn't work if the work is based on the straw man that you're saying other people built, but you built it. Why did everybody have this straw man? Why did the people in your network and your friends have the same straw man, Jack?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then it just flows in. People continuing, you know, and now to me, it's just noise, right? It's just spam. It's like I delete, I block, I block. But what's troubling?
Don't block, don't delete, embrace. Take your punishment.
Yep.
And this is the hardest part of it all for me, has been the stress or damage that has been brought to people who had associated with me by virtue of their association with me, right? And I think it
At least
it
he's owning
hurt
that.
a lot of relationships that I had in that regard. It may have brought damage to some people. I don't know any specific instances, but it may have. And I felt guilt about that, right? Like there were a number of people in my network that I reached out to, and I was like, look, I'm sorry that all this is happening. Because I really was. Like, I am sorry that happened.
I'm sorry this is happening. I'm sorry that happened. Passive. The non-accountability apology is it's such a PR thing. Well, I'm sorry that happened. Well, dude, again, it was your actions that caused it. It's not like this came out of the blue. You wrote the article, you acted the way you did. Those two things were you. So I don't know how to say it the right way. He'd have to figure that out, but I'm sorry that happened is the wrong way.
Yep.
I regret about that. It's out of my control. Like if somebody wants to make up a facsimile of me and then spend weeks, months, even still to this day, trying to tear it down and get views and clout and gain off of it, I can't stop them. But
this is the call, right? The rallying call of everybody who's been caught by the internet. Well, people are just trying to gain clout off of me. They're just trying to gain views using my name. Dude, we all have any other subject we could talk about.
Yeah,
like,
true.
You're just funny. that's the problem.
Yeah, it's
true. Like
people like laughing. Laughing's good,
and it's
you're
every
an easy target.
time.
Yeah,
it's every time. Well, they're just trying to get no. They want people to know about this. They want to talk about it because they also want other people to not make that same mistake, to not do those things.
And he's clearly trying to continue the work,
right?
And it's
see. What he's missing is that
we want to save people. Go ahead.
Yeah. Benjamin made an excellent point in his questions that he never got to, is that shame is how society keeps people in check. And right now, people, me especially, are still shaming you because you still deserve the shame. And this interview is showing me that you still deserve the shame.
Yeah.
You have not changed. And I see the criminal order emails. I see all of these things, and the shame is still present. The shame is still pending, I should say. And that shame is the check. We want to check this behavior. I don't want men thinking cuckoldry is okay. I don't want men thinking being on Chatterbait with their significant other is okay. I would actually prefer people not do pornography. Like, I'm not here to censor shit, but I would prefer people not make it because it's destructive and it destroys their lives and the lives of a whole bunch of other people, but mainly their own. Like, they're selling their dignity for pennies. When you find out what these girls are getting paid to do these scenes, it's like $1,500 to do these scenes. And it's like your dignity is on sale for, a couple days work, or, well, not really minimum wage, 2 weeks of work, but that's your dignity for the rest of your fucking life. Someone can see all of you being opened up by some person who has no love for you, no care for you, other than to make you an object. That's why that's why I want to shame people away from pornography and from these things.
Yep.
And again, it's different between censorship and shame. I think shame is the effective tool of society. But when you go to shame someone, they're like, this is just people clout chasing. No, this is shame at work, buddy. This is how it happens.
Yeah. Here's a great example. Karlin Borisenko was clout chasing. She did a 7-hour stream about me and my crazy idea about my chat. And it's like, that's what she was doing. She wasn't trying to shame me. She didn't even let me know. Like, people it filtered over to me, and I just laughed about it because it's hilarious. Because she thinks that it's actually, I give a shit about what she thinks about my chat. My chat's fantastic. It's like, that's clout chasing. That's trying to desperately trying to maintain attention in the world. And she's losing it because she's had some crazy fucking tweets. and insane ideas. She literally said she wants to groom the people that watch her to be exactly like her. Verbatim. Did you hear that? Did you see that? She said that?
I didn't see that she said that. No, but
She said that verbatim. She wants to groom the people that watch her to be just like her. And I was like, what the fuck? She's like,
Why would you
unlike
want-
Adam, I don't want to cater to everybody. I want to groom people who follow me to be just like me. And it's like, what the who fucking says that? That is just crazy. Dude, it gets worse. Fuck it. I don't give a shit. She's psycho.
here we go.
Let's go. Yeah.
It makes it difficult for me sometimes to continue on with my current work. But I'll say this: we just opened up recruitment into the LO for the first time since the incident. People have called it the Jack attack or the porn incident. There were a number of different things.
There's a lot of memes. It was a very memeable.
You picked the two least funny. The Jack attack or the porn incident.
There's probably so many better ones that
heels up,
there.
don't shoot.
I mean, 69 for 69 is pretty good.
Yeah.
A little long. A lot of syllables there. The pegging, that one's good. That one's good. Cockatoo. All right, go ahead.
Here we go.
Yeah, no, that's just people I'm close to using those terms. What's happened is it's created a very powerful and valuable filter. And for me, I'm turning this into the best thing that's ever happened to me. It's filtered out all of my relationships with people who were transactional, who just wanted to ride on my clout, or who just wanted to get views, or wanted
like Tim Pool,
to feel like they were getting close to Tim, or whatever the case may be, or who thought in their minds that they had built up this vision and this idea of who I was that was then destroyed. Okay.
You sold the vision for the 50th time. I know I'm repeating this, but bro, everybody had the same vision of you because you built it.
Yep.
They didn't like everybody independently came up with an idea of who you were. No.
Right. Well, he said both. He said both in this interview so far, that he built this image that he is proud of, but then they also built the straw man that they burned, and it's no longer him, but it's his image that they burned. So he's literally saying that it's both, that he built it or they built it and then it burnt. But it's like, depending on the topic of the conversation at the time, does he switch between the two? It's fucking, dude, make up your mind.
It's nasty.
That wasn't me. It's not me. If that bothers you, okay, have fun over there. And
how was it not
the guys
you?
in the LO? They know that we're there for the values, and we're
what
there
values?
for the brotherhood and for action and
the work,
being courageous and honest and loyal and working towards sovereignty.
Loyal.
And
that was the most important one there.
They know that was like a separate phenomenon that just exploded in the universe. And if they can't see past the fact that there was some nefarious action, and I don't mean like a conspiracy or anything, but just like people taking glee in the destruction of another human being, right? Like dancing around and like making videos and cheering and being, yeah, look at, he's ruined. Mm-hmm. Look at him burn. It's amazing.
I think anyone did that.
Excited about it. It was like,
no one's excited to see you burn. We're laughing at you, Jack.
Yeah, nobody had did that. Did anyone do that? Did anyone like do what did he just do? Yeah, he's ruined. Like, what the fuck? Who does that shit?
I could have cared fucking less if Jack Murphy was ruined or not. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I don't like fraud.
All right. Of course, there's people in your chat that are like, "Well, I did." Of course.
Here's the thing, but let's be clear. I don't like frauds,
right?
And I don't want frauds to take people's money by fraud.
Boom. I love it.
But that's not me. Like, if Jack were not the fraud, then he could go on doing his thing forever. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he was exposed too, because I don't want people being taken advantage of. I know some people who sent me some of the inside shit, and I was like, holy crap, like this is all it is? It's just like forums that you guys just talk, where they send you, hey, go meet each other and talk, and it's like, the fuck.
Yeah,
It's like, wow, that's great. Waste of money probably, but
it's a whole different like, again, I don't want frauds to succeed, because that means that they are taking things from someone under a false pretense, and I don't like that.
yeah.
But that being said, I'm indifferent on the fact that the fraud happened to be Jack. Like, if Jack were not the fraud, if he were just who he said he was, I'm happy for him to succeed. And guess what? I'm happy for wacky liberals to succeed. I'm happy for people I don't like to succeed, because I want people to make stuff, because I know there are other people who want to consume it. I don't want to stifle people from doing stuff, but I don't want a fraud to succeed at defrauding. And this dude was selling something that wasn't true for a lot of money.
A lot.
And the evidence is in the destruction of him. The destruction was the exodus from the liminal order. And it was a big exodus. It was a lot of people left. And why? Because they felt lied to.
Yep.
You can't do it.
You
can't do it. So here we go.
Crazed. And shift gears a second. What you said about our evolution and about humiliation and whatnot. In reading Luke Burgess's book "Wanting" about Rene Girard, he laid out what happened to me in very clear terms: the mimetic contagion and scapegoating. Right. So,
scapegoat. You were scapegoated.
Groups of people together with different ideas and challenges and differences and acrimony among them. If they can find a scapegoat, it allows them to purge the negative energy that they have within their group, within their relationships and the adjacencies.
No, see, a scapegoat is something that people project something onto that they didn't do, but you did the things.
Right.
You betrayed the values that you professed.
Yes. Yep. Yep. Exactly. This fucking guy.
Good God. See, this is the problem. Like, this is this guy's problem. Everybody did this to me. No, they just pointed out what you did to yourself.
I see the title there. I just want to get rid of that V right in the middle. It'll be more accurate.
That'd be good.
Such that may not be congruent with who they are, what they want, and if they can all then pick one scapegoat and burn the witch, or run the person out of town, or hang him from the gallows, or whatever it is a well-documented historical phenomenon that's happened all throughout time, where people will just pick somebody, and whether they're guilty or not, just burn them at the stake.
No, that's not actually a well-documented historical phenomenon that happens all the time. It's a phenomenon that happens from time to time, and there's usually a bunch of context. But let's just do this. The Salem witch trials are bad, but if there was a fantastical witch, right? Like, if there was actually a horrific magical monstrosity murdering the whole town, then the execution of the witch would be justified. The problem with Salem was that there weren't witches.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the problem. Otherwise, it's just called a trial and conviction. We do that. We put murderers to death in some states still because they're a danger to society. We still do that. That's not a scapegoat. That's not a straw man. That's called justice. It's not like the community got together and was like, you know who we're going to fuck over today? That Jack Murphy guy. We're going to create some reason to screw. No one picked you. You picked you.
Yep. Exactly. He did it to himself.
And the people that do the burning, they feel a release.
And bonding between each other for a period of time.
Yeah,
he's not wrong there.
And they feel release, and then they come together for a period of time. It resolves intra-group conflict by picking a scapegoat and destroying them. And then, it goes away, and then they have time to build up their intergroup conflict all over again and not have a scapegoat or be desperately seeking scapegoat.
Well, he's not destroyed yet. He's not destroyed, so we got to keep it burning, everybody.
This did not resolve an intra-group conflict. There was not an internal conflict and turmoil going on in the whatever you are business networking manosphere grift. Like, there wasn't a bunch of people going, oh, I'm really tense to something and we got to find someone to jerk off on. That didn't actually happen, Jack.
Yeah.
No one planned. Like, this wasn't planned. This is organically done by your actions. You're comparing it to something else. And this does happen. And I can tell you where it happens, because it happens in the internet blood sports community. It happens in the drama YouTube community, because they sell drama and nothing but drama. Like, their entire thing is drama. When they run out, in-group fighting commences. It happened with internet blood sports. You can watch the degradation of the kill stream and the morning kumite and all that stuff as all those guys turned on each other when other people stopped coming on the shows to scream at each other and be screamed at more appropriately. They're like, I don't really want to be screamed at so you can make money. So people stopped coming on. They all turned on each other because they had to sell the show. That's the intra-group conflict that you're talking about, is when something needs to happen and isn't happening. So there's infighting and something's got to pop. And then they pick some patsy but that's not what happened here. There was no in-group fighting. You didn't relieve some sort of unseen pressure.
Right.
No one cared in this way about you. And no one's like, and everybody did not get together and choose Jack Murphy. Jack Murphy chose Jack Murphy.
Truth. It sounds like he's trying to act so smart. It almost feels like he had never heard the word congruent before, because his name's Brandon or Brendan. Who's the interviewer's name?
Brandon.
When Brandon said it first, when he
Benjamin?
Excuse me, Benjamin. That's it, right? It's Benjamin.
Yeah, let me check. Benjamin Boyce.
Yeah, Benjamin. Okay, Benjamin Boyce. So Benjamin, he said it right early on about how his, internet persona, how he kind of keeps it separate from like who he is, and he said that it's not congruent. And Jack was like, oh, it's not congruent. And he has since used the word congruent in every time he had the chance, probably said it like 6 times already. And I'm like, you keep saying that word. I don't think you've known that word before today, and you're trying to sound so smart. He's bringing out all the philosophers that he's been reading. He even just put himself in a book. I can't believe he just did that. Like, I'm in that book. They wrote about me. This philosopher wrote a book about me because I'm that exact situation from history. Fuck,
it's amazing. The projection's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I did add Benjamin Boyce's channel description to the channel to the description, so you guys can click on that.
Nice.
You can also click on the Crigler show.
Hey-o.
It'll take you right there. Okay, here we go.
I became a scapegoat. I'm not entirely sure why, and there's a lot of ways to debrief it.
There isn't a reason why, because you weren't a scapegoat. That's why you can't figure it out.
Thanks for coming with that, Jack. Appreciate it.
And I experienced it, and it was profoundly impactful on my life.
Oh, they went really deep.
Not as deep as that dildo.
And doing research for this, people went really deep into your past, and
oh my God,
stuff that had nothing to do with the explosive materials, like they went all the way through.
They went 10, 15 years into my past trying to
4
years.
They went 4 years back to
Wait,
find you having
15?
your ass eaten on Chatterbait.
God, what? Imagine if that was 4 years ago. What is he talking about? What was
I don't even
10,
know.
15 years ago?
I don't know.
Is there more that we don't know about?
The article was like 2016, so that's 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And then the fucking Chatterbait stuff was 2018. It was 4 years ago, man. Oh, the education stuff. Yeah. So him working as the charter school person, where there's an allegation out there. It's in a published book that people can read about the charter school system of Washington, D.C. area. And they claim that Jack Murphy improperly drew John Goldman improperly drew 2 salaries during his time. I don't know if it was actually improper. That's the claim in the book.
Yeah.
Shockingly, I'm not an expert on the Washington, D.C. charter school system and the ethics of working multiple positions within that system, especially as I think he was like the superintendent or something. I mean, he was relatively high up in the organization, but
I'll tell you what,
I
don't fucking trust this guy. So hearing some allegation, it's like, and hearing how sexually promiscuous he was, and I'm talking about rumors that I heard from people inside the house, not just from people on the internet, because I actually, was around Jack and heard through like the grapevine of the people that were coming and going in the castle when I was living there. It's like, I heard that he was rather promiscuous and that, certain people were wary of him. So it's like, from what I've seen and the way that he is that's why I said Jack Murphy lies again, because it's like all I'm hearing this whole time is him trying to portray himself as some sort of victim in all of this. Like, he's the victim. He was doing such good work for society, and like he's a victim in all of this. He is yet to, he's never going to take responsibility for his actions, but I just do not trust him. And he fucking, I'm glad he doesn't work around kids anymore, because he had that weird fucking line about young boys. Like, dude, I'm grateful he's not in the fucking school system anymore. I'll tell you that. I don't trust this man.
All right, and we move on.
Yeah.
Just trying to recreate every element of my life. Like
not everyone.
I read some of the stuff, and they're like, this guy's a liar. He didn't do Muay Thai. I'm gonna like contact the regulatory body that he said he fought in to try to find out. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I have medals, dude. Like, I did it.
Show him.
Yeah, show him.
Name the regulatory body. Find it, because that's the thing. No, and again, this isn't that important, except he's selling an image of who he is and his accomplishments.
Yep.
He's selling himself as accomplished. And yet no one can no one can find this amateur championship.
Oh, seriously?
Maybe
I don't know. I
haven't
dwell too much on caring about Jack Murphy, but
people send me stuff and they're like, I keep looking. I've contacted all these people. I can't find it. And I'm like, I don't even know who you'd start to fucking contact. I've never even heard him make the claim, so I don't know. But people have researched and they cannot find this thing. And it's like, you claim to be an amateur Muay Thai champion. So like, you'd think someone somewhere would have John Goldman recorded as the amateur Muay Thai champion of 1997 or whenever it was. Like, when did this happen? Where?
Well, it was in Thailand, so, and they don't keep records like that, so.
And maybe it was like really amateur, like a local event, and cool if you did it, but like, where is it? No one knows. And you've made this claim. You fronted this claim that you did this. So where's the evidence?
Right.
Or, digging into my charter school work in the past, and they found, an article that this
it's a book.
Super woke activist wrote that painted everybody.
Super woke activist was someone who was very frustrated with a charter school. I'm not so sure about her activist credentials, but she wrote an entire book about the charter school system and corruption within it. And you were featured for part of it, and a small part of it, because it's a whole book.
Who is involved in charter schools in a bad light. They're like, oh, this is gospel.
She was involved in charter schools, so it wasn't everybody who was involved in charter schools being in a bad light. She came out of that system and did not like that particular system. She didn't even say, I didn't read the whole book. I don't believe she said that all charter schools are bad. I think she was specifically speaking to the management of this one.
It was very fascinating to see the way that these people would take something that was obviously written by a hostile actor, who in any other circumstance they would have said, that person is woke, I hate that person, whatever. But take exactly what they said is,
why would they say she's woke? Like,
being true, and they're like trying to say that I scammed charter schools because I got paid $1.1 million over 7 years. I'm like, I don't know, man. Just do the math. That's a pretty reasonable professional salary for a CEO and executive director in a nonprofit world, right?
Actually, nonprofit CEOs can make a shitload more than that, quite a bit more than that, and often do, especially when they run an organization like the DC charter schools. You got a very moderate rate. But that being said, it wasn't that. It was the other salary that you drew for a time when you were drawing two salaries at the same time. That's what they were concerned about. Now, I don't know if that's bad, but that's one of the things the person found unethical, that people were like, yeah, this is kind of questionable. How is he working two positions for the same organization, especially when one of the positions is CEO, and it kind of looks like he appointed himself to a second salary.
So from what you read, does it seem plausible that actually happened?
Oh, yeah. I don't think he denies that. He's avoiding it here. He's equivocating, but I don't think he denies that it happened. He just denies the ethical breach there.
Okay. I see.
And I mean, like, imagine if Elon Musk hired himself to be an engineer for Tesla.
Right.
Like, can he do it? Probably. Is it ethical? Not so sure. Like, is he drawing two salaries? I mean, it's a ridiculous example because Musk makes a shitload of money.
Well, and Musk owns the company outright,
Right.
Jack didn't own the company. He was just the CEO. Right. So there's an even bigger of a difference there. So I get it though.
Yeah.
It's dirty, but he's lying. He's making himself seem like he's the victim in every single thing he's mentioned so far this entire interview.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like, I was underpaid, if anything. And they went back.
I was underpaid. Is that why you appointed yourself to a second position?
I was thinking
to draw a double salary?
Yeah.
That's the questions people had.
Yeah, very clearly.
And remember, the reason people looked back into this is because he put it on his resume as a success for the liminal order recruiting page.
Wow.
I'm a former CEO of this major organization. I executive at these charter schools, worked my way up and ran this thing, ran it well, did blah, 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 blah. So then people look and they find this complaint and they're like, well, how well was it run? Did you do this thing? Is this the right thing to do?
Right.
And some people, of course, are more vehement than that. And they say, this is a wrong thing. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I read through the snippets of the book that were pertinent to him. And I was like, could be shady, could be not. Doesn't matter to me, but that's why they looked. You put it on the fucking webpage.
Yep.
It's not like they dug it up out of nowhere.
I mean, clearly just he didn't think he was getting paid enough. The motive's there.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. To my family's lives, into every court record that's available, trying to part. I don't know why. And it wasn't just internet,
because they're looking for more fraud.
Weirdos, right? These things percolated up into big high profile channels and big high profile folks.
Tend to percolate.
It wasn't
down,
just some weird guy who's like, I don't know, digging in for some reason because obsessive.
Yeah.
He's talking about the quartering now, I bet.
Yeah, the
almost guaranteed.
It's so the news cycle with this stuff and the pickup content that we're doing, when a story breaks, a lot of people's attention turns to it, and I don't know to what degree we're ever going to have a gentleman's agreement or get wise to how this actually impacts human beings. Until you're in the hot seat, I don't think you know what it feels like. I really don't. I've been in the hot seat, like very contained little things where I use a pun on the word whore, and then I get a bunch of women really mad at me for 3 days. Like I feel it. It's,
you have women mad at you for 3 days
because he did a pun with the word whore in it.
Really? Like
that's what it was. That's the hot seat. That's the hot seat, bro. You're what are you trying to like feel sympathy or like have some empathy to understand that you might have been in the same situation as Jack Murphy? Look at Jack's face right now. It looks like how I've never seen anyone look cross-eyed with their eyes closed before.
He does. Okay, here we go.
It's very contained, very radical little group, and then they purge all their, negative energy out of their group and they have a peace for a time. I watch it. They have peace for a time and then they start bitching at each other again until they find another person to go after. But when it happens on another scale, like the scale of your event was on a completely different tier.
Yeah, because you said a joke with the word whore in it, and he had someone lick his anus on camera.
Well, he said the word whore, and he was a whore. So there's big difference.
There is a difference in scale for sure.
I don't know. Like, you'd have to be a politician, and you're not a politician. You're just a podcast guy. So, like, the incongruence between the attention.
He's not a podcast guy.
That's not the work he's doing.
The work that you've heard over and over is this business network that podcasts are generally basically free.
Right. Exactly.
We do podcasts. They're free. Anyone can listen to them. You can choose to contribute, and it's great. We love it. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people who do that model. Jack sold the Remnant Order, and it's expensive. Like it's a premium product.
Yep.
And your impact was like phenomenally out of whack.
Right. There's no sense of proportionality.
Yeah. That's wrong.
No sense of justice. And this is the mob, right? This is the mob.
The crowdsourced,
The crowdsourced open source swarm. I mean, there it is. It's in action right now. We can see it all over the place. And I mean, people will laugh. And when I said this, but like the same phenomenon that happened to me is what is happening right now with Putin and Russia, for right or wrong, better or worse, is the same.
Now he's Putin.
Wait, did he just is he comparing himself to Putin right now? Did that just happen?
When Jesus was up on the cross, right?
That's the next thing he's going to.
And the guy on Jesus's left like gets his eye pecked out by crows, and the other guy's like, who are you? I don't know you. And he's like, brother, you'll be with me in heaven. Putin was on the middle cross as Jesus, and Jack Murphy was on the other one, just right next to, just basically the same.
And his eye pecked out. Oh,
like, fucking hell. Here, you want me to go back?
Just like, yeah, there you go.
15 seconds. Here we go.
There it is. It's in action right now. We can see it all over the place. And I mean, people will laugh. And when I said this, but like the same phenomenon that happened to me is what is happening right now with Putin and Russia, for right or wrong, better or worse, is the same open source, crowdsourced.
Except
you're not going to explain it. That's it. Go ahead. Oh my God.
Putin didn't have Xi Jinping invade Ukraine. Putin did it himself.
Oh man. That was good. That wasn't bad.
Trying to cancel, disconnect, break people's connections, dislodge them from the network, isolate them, shame them.
No, actually, this is a misnomer that people have when this stuff happens. They say that people weren't actually trying to break Jack's connections, right? Like they weren't calling people up and be like, you need to disassociate. They were laughing at Jack a lot about a really embarrassing thing that is also a fraud, and they're pointing this out, and they're going, this is phony, this shit is fake, you can't. And then people are disassociating. They're like, see, they're targeting my people. It's like, well, they're actually not, though. In this case, it's not like they're calling your. Now, I don't know if he had sponsors or whatever to call, but like, I know for me, I'm sitting here laughing at how ridiculous this guy is and making fun of him for being a cuck. I'm not calling members of the Remnant Order going, you need to get out and cancel your subscription. Like, you do you. Whatever you want to do is fine.
I wouldn't be opposed to the members getting that message though, because I feel like this guy's a fraud and I feel like they're wasting their money. But just like the freaking guys that are buying fart jars from Twitch streamers that, or bath water. And it's like, I have no problem with the people selling the bath water because these fucking idiots that are buying it. Hey, if you're making $10,000, $30,000, I don't know how much crazy amount of money that they're selling these fart jars for. Hey, capitalism, supply and demand. But I will shame the shit out of someone. If anybody I know bought a fart jar, I'm going to shame the shit out of them. Yeah, fart jars, Jason. I'm not joking. These freaking Twitch streamer girls are selling their farts in a jar for 50 grand a week or some crazy amount of money.
Are you talking to someone in the studio with you?
No, I just said it to someone in chat. They were like
Okay.
fart jars. It's
I was
like,
like, who
yeah,
the fuck is Jason? I was
Yeah.
confused.
yeah. Just someone
On
in chat.
Odyssey, Abe Lincoln says, she is splitting my Ukraine's axe wound and I'm sitting at home. My manhood is intact and my dick is hard.
Bravo, good sir. Bravo.
Yeah, it's a fucking disaster. Okay, here we go.
And like strip away their power in a way that has no particular leader, and it has no sense of proportionality. It has no sense of
What's the proportional response?
mortality, right? Like all the people participating in the takedown of me or whatever you want to call it, none of them felt vulnerable. And
there was no back and forth. There was no equality between you two.
It's because I don't have pictures of me having a dildo shoved in my ass.
Thankfully, neither do I. It's glorious, you know. It's
Like, oh, what would be the vulnerability? I didn't do what you did. Nothing
Right.
even close.
right, exactly. Thankfully, now that I am, in this space, I can walk around knowing there isn't a bomb in the back of my head. Like he said earlier, or this much earlier in the interview, he was saying there's a bomb that he knew could go off, and it's like, thank fucking shit, I don't have any bomb that may or may not blow up my life. All right, John Goldman.
I kind of keep waiting for the bomb that I forgot existed. Like something fun, like, because legitimately the blackface picture that I had,
right.
I didn't remember that existed, and I double didn't remember that it was online. Like, that was just this. When it popped up, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding? Like, where where did this even come from?"
Yeah.
Like, I didn't remember because it was such a non-issue. It was like a one-off joke. It was a Halloween. It was funny.
And you were your friend, so
right?
I think it's not a big deal, but whatever.
And my favorite part of that is that we did say, well, okay, this is a little offensive, so we have to moderate this for the picture, because I remember I had a sign on around my neck that said "World's Gayest Cheerleader," and we're like, that's a bit too far. that's
so you took the
too
sign
far.
off at least.
Yeah, so I took the sign off for the picture.
Yeah.
But the blackface was fine. That's the different world we were in, though. That's the world of 2005. I think that was, or it was either 2005 or 2006. Like, the gay stuff was really starting to become offensive, but blackface was, honestly, no one fucking cared about any of that stuff.
It seems to only be like white liberals that care. Also, that's the funny part.
Oh yeah, black people really, for the most part, don't give a shit.
Right.
But, unless they think it's meant to be malicious, then they care, because that's malice.
Yeah,
That's different.
Yeah, of course. Well, who does that in malice? When was the last time that's happened?
It's been a while. Like, it's really been a long time since that was malicious. But
shit, the only thing I could think of that was like, damn, man, that shit's racist, was Howard Stern's version of it. You saw that, right? Oh
no.
My God. Oh, dude, it's bad.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure it's
I'll look it up.
But he's like doing a skit like it for his show, and it is just like, I mean, and how he wasn't canceled, but Joe Rogan, they were trying to cancel Joe Rogan because he was talking about the word itself and how interesting that the power of that word in society right now, and like talking about it in like a existential way. And it's like, Rogan's talking about the word itself and like what it means in society. And then Howard Stern's is like a racist rant for like 5 minutes straight. Yeah, you definitely need to watch that. It's crazy.
Someone said I should clarify to the chat my blackface picture. It's if you watch this show long enough, you'll encounter one of my dear friends. His name is Drexel. He's a big black guy. We've been friends for, I don't know, 26, 27 years, a long time. And one Halloween, right after I had graduated from college. We had a Halloween party at our house. I invited Drexel over along with some other friends. Thought it'd be super funny. I had taken some of his like clothes and wore an outfit that he would wear. And I bought $3 black face paint from Walmart and an afro wig because he used to wear an afro. And so I put it on. I had his Jordan headband on, and I painted my face. And when he showed up, I was dressed up like him. It was.
I think that's funny. That's funny.
I also painted the back of my hands black, but not the front. So that was more of the joke, right? It's the joke. It was.
You should have committed and went both sides.
No, because that you can't.
And down below too. You gotta
down below. Right. And it was a joke, and we were all laughing. It was great. It was good times. Nobody fucking cared. So that's the clarification. So
cool.
The other joke of that was I did costumes under $5 because we were fucking poor. So okay, here we go.
Right. And it's almost as if they're immortal. They can just act with impunity. And there's definitely no sense of justice because it's a group thing and no one is leading it with any sort of agency.
Definitive, outcome.
Right.
There's no outcome other than burn you.
Burn.
Shame.
And
There's a difference.
One thing that makes me laugh is, dude, they gave me like the Trump treatment. They gave me like
now he's Trump
world leader treatment. Like
world leader. He's world leader. Jack Murphy, Putin,
dude,
Trump.
this man, he created Tim Pool. He's Putin. He's a world leader.
Philosophers are writing books about him.
This guy, I don't think I've ever seen a bigger ego than this guy. The fucking
big
ego,
little penis. It's amazing. Let's go.
Historical figure level treatment. Like, come on, dude.
They could have treated you like Michael Jackson.
No, you got treated like a cuck. That's what happened. That's it.
Statue whenever he made that big statue of himself.
Yeah. And it continues on, memeing me with Will Smith. I'm like, okay, like Grammy winning
cock,
amazingly.
They used his beard.
Cock,
global figure. Cock. And they're just like Will Smith, Jack Murphy, same level. Let's talk some more shit. Like I don't understand that.
You should. It's so obvious. Your beard is now synonymous, congruent, if you will, to cuckoldry. Jack, you might as well shave it, take the whole thing, and just put it on top, and you'll be something different. You use your beard, put it on top of your head, and you'll be a whole different man. And call yourself Murphy Goldman. It's Murphy Gold.
It's amazing.
It's insane that he doesn't understand
rewards.
Yeah, right.
Of the status level that was afforded to me by the energy and effort people put in.
If this was all done on blockchain, you would have gotten all the credit every time your name was mentioned, right? Every time your product was repurposed, you would have been paid, in blockchain
handsomely. And I think that it's a
that was weird.
A very good example of
negative
the dysfunction. Clout. Negative clout. Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking like there's a currency of clout, but you have negative clout, but you still have clout, but it's a negative clout because you're a meme now. Oh, not you.
Yes.
No, you.
Yes, Tim. Come on, you had it.
You got it. You're a meme now. You're right. You got it the first time.
Yep.
Jack Murphy, right? You're like if Twitter made an emoji of you, like they do every once in a while in a movie, and then you got like you were beard. You're the same thing as that Ukraine flag that means nothing but can totally.
Oh, somebody! Can we? The Ukraine flag. Can we get like a flag made of Jack's beard, but in Ukraine colors, like the yellow on the sides and the blue down the middle? I don't know. Like the Ukraine flag.
But he just said that he was Putin. He needs his own flag. It's got to be white with the brown middle and then white on the bottom.
I know Zelensky's
but
in
the
the middle
texture
of
has to be hair.
Yeah. Yeah. I know Zelensky's like in a war or whatever, but I feel like he might actually come out of like break the silence for a minute and be like, just to be clear though, we're not like Jack. Like, come on. Don't do that to Ukraine.
Identify somebody as a part of a tribe, it has nothing to do with Ukraine,
Yeah. No. People
No.
chasing clout, views, money. People made a bunch of money off of it.
Oh yeah.
Lots of money. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars made off of trying to hurt me. And I
Shame.
guess my
Shame
message-
you.
Shame you. Laugh. They're just laughing at you.
Case in
Just
point,
laughing at you.
we've been laughing a lot tonight.
It's
It's fun, man. You're
I
easy to make fun of, Jack.
I laugh every time I think about this situation. It makes me laugh every time. I'm like, this is so
Yeah.
stupid.
And imagine what was the guy's name? The lawyer that was on your show.
The lead attorney.
The lead attorney. Just imagine the laughter that's gonna spawn from your Drex video. What did you guys call that video? the cuckold school or something?
Cut college, yeah.
Cut college. There.
Well, the funny thing is, I can already picture it. Like the lead attorney will be because he said he's going to go tell all the black people, right? So I imagine he's going to do this like one group of black people at a time, like a Chris Angel magic show. So
check out what these white people are doing.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, you won't believe this white boy. He's out here. He's got his heels up. He's got his chin down, this beard going on. He's got all sorts of white stuff in it. Don't want to ask any questions. And then you know what's going to happen, right? Like when black people are in a group, this is like a National Geographic thing. If they observe black people in groups,
Okay.
when they all laugh together collectively, they must disperse at the same time. They go, oh, and they run away. But then they recongregate when it's safe to not laugh anymore. It's like laughter is a danger mechanism. So they scatter and they come back together.
Okay. Good to know.
So that's going to happen over and over and over hundreds of times as the lead attorney is going around Atlanta telling all the groups of black people he can find about Jack Murphy. It's perfect.
Glorious.
People who, and I doubt that the universes really overlap here, but if you're following somebody who makes money off of hurting people that really haven't done anything wrong, then you should probably reconsider why you're engaging.
Maybe they think you did something wrong.
So now he's shaming all the people that watch you, that watch the quartering, that watch any of the other people. Who else was making fun of this? I think Yellow Flash talked about it. I mean, there's a lot of people in the sphere that basically made fun of him and shamed him and laughed about it at all because he lied and all the shit. See, it's all about the him being a victim. That's what he's really driving home here. He's got to drive it home that it's all these assholes online that totally attacked him and blah blah blah. And it's like,
and they should think about how they should be ashamed for laughing at someone who didn't do nothing wrong. It's like,
right.
But what if you did do something wrong, Jack?
Right.
You consider that you did something wrong.
I've yet to hear that. I don't think he believes he did.
No, he doesn't.
With those people, right? Like, why your eyeballs, your attention is paying them to do bad things. Like you're a part of that ecosystem.
Shame on you.
Unless you like to, unless you want to.
Yeah.
He's talking to you, chat. Shame on you.
He had to mitigate there at the end. Well, unless you want to. I guess then you have to, because otherwise he'd be canceling people, right? Like by his definition. So he's like, well, unless you want to, then I guess you can. I guess you can enable those bad people to do bad things, you bad piece of shit, if you want to.
Be honest about it.
Right?
Yeah.
The revealed status interpretation is something that makes me chuckle.
What was this?
Revealed status interpretation. Like you don't hopefully punch down. Right? You're not looking around for people that have less clout, less power, less influence, less standing. You're not going around just trying to find people to hurt. You think these people who put in the time to try to take me down, they must have been thinking that I was in some elevated status from that. Right? How else do
God, this guy.
The narcissism of this man.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. Oh boy. Well, they must have thought I was bigger than
The world leader level.
Christ almighty.
Holy
Oh.
crap. Wow.
You're gonna gain clout, if not.
No, the quartering did not look up to you as a means to gain clout. The like I love Jeremy. He's great, but he
Me
would
too.
he'd find a book that sold 4 copies if he thought it would be a good video, because
Right.
the man makes content and content and content, and there's just a content. You're not looking up to you. No one is.
He didn't give a shit about you.
Well,
You were
I did
just
make Tim Pool's show. I am pretty powerful.
Yeah, I feel like most people didn't give a shit about Jack Murphy. They just saw what happened and were like, that's fucking funny. Like, let's talk about it. Because guess what? People wanted to know what was going on, Jack. And you made a fool of yourself online. And then it turns out you had done it many times and you were trying to hide it. And guess what? When you try to hide things on the internet, people go and find them. It's the internet. It took someone 10 minutes to find this guy's first porn movie he ever watched, and now someone's gonna superimpose his face onto that porn star, and post it online. It's amazing, the internet.
Right, Ryan Cannell's in the chat. He says the quartering did a video about a cat that got attacked by pit bulls, not because he looked up to the cat.
Hey man, but Buddy the cat pulled through though. I'm pretty hyped about that.
Oh, that's good news.
That was
That's
a
good
fucked up
news.
story.
Not by attacking somebody with elevated status.
The playing field isn't like that. It's not like you're above them. It's just you're salient. Well, Jack, I keep on thinking.
Good check on him there. I
Yeah.
think that's a good check. He calls him. He's like, you're not real. Like, it's not like you're above them. You're irrelevant you're relevant to talk about.
Right.
But
right.
Jack misunderstands one thing. Jack isn't relevant to talk about because he's Jack. Jack was relevant to talk about because he has had a meltdown on You Are Here.
Correct. Exactly.
And
which
while
caused people to look into what the meltdown was about, exposing all the shit.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue here. It's like anybody else doing the same thing in the same situation on You Are Here or any other show would get that treat, like, because those things go viral. Ask Mundane Matt, Jack. By the way, Mundane Matt was nowhere near world leader level like you are, and the internet collectively shit all over him and laughed like fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And it destroyed his channel because he lied. Like, and I think Matt knows that now, but he lied. He said he wasn't doing this thing, and then he was forced to show his flagging history, and turns out he was doing the thing, and then he got mocked relentlessly for it because of that. Now, of course, Ralph is doing things at a much greater scale than Mundane Matt ever was, but that's how it works when you get caught out on that shit, and you either have to take it or you quit. One of those two things. You either press on or quit, but that's how it goes. And if Jack Murphy presses on, no one's gonna fucking care. Like, at the end of the day, only care because he's doing this cringe interview.
Yep.
There's the person I'm talking to, and then there's the person that we're talking about, which is kind of two different people, because we're talking about what other people are talking about, which is not you, right? So there's this weird collapse that I have to do in my brain, but we're just going to say you or
It's actually a third one. It's actually a third one, right?
There's
Because there's me as a human, there's me as who I put out as a content creator, and then there's me as who they created.
Say congruent again.
But
I bet
why
he
are
says
there
it again
two?
before the end?
Why are there differences between? And this
Yeah.
is a critical importance here.
It's a good point.
There's me who's a person. There's me who's a content creator. Wait, let's pause there because his content creation is a subscription service called the Liminal Order, which costs a lot of money and is based on that persona, but it's not
Mhm.
true. And he's
Right.
admitting that it's different than who he is.
Yep.
He's telling us that it's a fiction.
Yep.
And he doesn't realize that people actually have a problem with the fact that it is a fiction, but wasn't sold
Wait,
as a fiction.
who was the third one? He said there's 3.
who they made me out to be, the straw man.
Yeah, it's interesting too because that was just all they were doing was just holding up the image of him, or holding up the video of him, or the article that he wrote, and they're like, "Is this you? Is this you?" You know those "this you" tweets. You know this you in the response like that. That's you. That's you, Jack. You are the person, not they. They didn't do it. You did.
And the funny thing is, there is
them,
congruency
fault.
here. There's congruency between the image he put on the persona he put online and the third person who they made him out to be, because they got that from that persona that he put out online. That's everybody had the same third image because it's just the second image.
Right.
Yeah. And they're all collapsed because they all they affect you, and then it's just this big thing.
And to say that they've collapsed without getting into personal details is collapse in the most intimate and personal ways, right?
Like 9/11 style.
Like the closest
Steel
personal
beams.
relationships, family relationships, things like this have all been tainted by that. And it's been,
You put your taint online, of course things got tainted.
you know,
Jet fuel would melt those
yeah,
steel
like-
beans. Just saying.
total
Because they're made of dildos.
What is
Singularity.
yeah, exactly. It just sucked it all into one thing. And now, look, this is already has been a positive for me in many ways.
Yes.
I
yes,
am
it has.
completely cleansed at this point. Right? Like
He's not over
I-
it. Clearly
all
not.
of my worst, darkest secrets in the universe are out there. Anything I've ever done in
Pause
the
it,
universe
pause it.
is out there.
Do you think that's true?
No, not at all.
Neither do I. There's another bomb.
Yeah, this is what he wrote down willingly.
This is the shit he put online. Can you imagine what he didn't put online? Fuck, man.
Yeah,
I don't want to know. God,
that stuff will probably never be found.
Fuck, I hope so. I hope it's not. I don't want to see it. You know what I'm saying?
But-
From what I've seen, it's already out there. Jeez.
Yeah,
But I mean, wood chipper. If it has anything to do with kids, I'll just say. I'm just gonna.
but if it's like, well, my worst stuff is already out. Dude, your worst stuff was already out there. You tried to hide it. It didn't work. And someone finally discovered it. But I doubt your worst secrets are out there. The way you describe your whole life is one of fiction.
Yep.
So where's the truth?
Right.
Don't stop laughing. Everyone knows anything that they want to know.
Yeah.
And so that
No, actually, there's lots of unanswered questions, but you're never going to answer them. So that's okay.
filter is up. And so anybody that comes into my life now, anybody that enters into my sphere, anyone that they're pre-vetted by this phenomenon that happened.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's good. No ticking time bombs, nothing to conceal, nothing to avoid, nothing. I've been reborn in a way.
Like Jesus.
So there's when we go and we judge somebody, there's different things that people find salient to judge. One thing that when I read through your articles that it perturbed me was your expression of a view of women that I just didn't like. It seemed like there were certain articles that you wrote, maybe about feminists or something, about really degrading women. Like
all feminists want to be raped article, that one.
Yeah.
Which I actually I didn't think that was the worst stuff he said by a long shot. I think he's playing
softball with this guy.
I think I could actually defend that article that Jack wrote about feminists wanting to be raped as a hyperbolic statement about feminist desire to be put into a traditional gender role or something like that. Like, I'm not saying it's correct, but I could certainly defend that.
Right.
The stuff he said about his own relationships as they relate to masculinity, that's the stuff that I like find really offensive. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you're because that's your relationship. That's the personal thing. These other, the feminist is just it's a boogeyman to rail against, which is fine. You can do that. But this is your sanctity of your home,
Right.
and you're that's okay. I have a bunch of super chats, but we'll go a little longer before I do any more.
Like I just have a really negative reaction to that. So I'm just wondering, like, and I don't judge you, but I just have a negative reaction. That was the most negative thing that I saw. So
The
I just
feminist need rape article.
yeah. What
Yeah.
where
Well, I'm happy to talk about that.
Yeah.
Because it's the easiest fucking thing.
That was one. It was poorly written, right? If you got to go back, it was all
your articles are poorly written.
back in 2015.
And this is a previous this is Manosphere, your pseudo-suit, you're basically a synonymous, you're shit posting. I understand
Totally
the
shit posting.
Okay. I understand the style. Okay.
It's all joke, bro.
Totally shit posting, and it was in response at the time to Milo Yiannopoulos was giving feminist shit, and feminists were kink shaming women for like making their own choices and whatnot of how they want to engage sexually with people. And I was writing at the time about dominance and submission, BDSM type stuff, you know, like it in of itself a construct, right? Like BDSM and dominant submissive, like sex play, role play like that is in it of itself a construct. It's a scenario that you willingly step into. And then when it's done, you step away from it. And it's not who you are. It's not your whole life. It's a fantasy.
So just
right?
like the internet then, basically.
Yeah. So it's.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, I agree. I with you. I'm not so sure about that. Because
I'm
it feels
not
like
so
people
sure.
who like that shit, that's kind of like their lifestyle changes into
Like,
that.
I'm a weekend BDSMer, as if you're not spending the entire week waiting for the weekend.
Right.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that.
And I don't believe that he said this many times over this interview and over the past couple months. This like, I was a shit poster. I was just, a shit poster. It's like,
Yeah.
he wasn't shit posting. He believed this shit. Like, he wrote all that stuff, and it's not written as like, like a trolly way to like get a rise out of people. He was saying this shit because he fucking believes it. He is a swinger. He does, like, he is in that scene of promiscuousness and sending your wife to other men. It's like, that's kind of like, so the shit that he was writing, it's like, yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah,
you're not writing it to shit post. You're writing it because you fucking believe it, dude.
In the actual BDSM community, and I am not versed in this at all, but my understanding is not that subs get to turn off being subs. Like,
Okay. So it's like 100% of the time.
Like, you are the sub, and that's the dom, and when that's the relationship
Right.
that is the relationship. It's not like, well, we're gonna do, like, there's a difference between, hey baby, you want to throw some handcuffs on this time, and being in BDSM. Like, those aren't the same things.
Yeah, like, let's try it one time. Oh, I got these furry handcuffs from, what the fuck is that store? Hot Topic, or I don't remember the other one that they're, there's always that like naughty section in the back. It's like, haha, I got these. You want to try these? All right, that was fun. And then you never use them again. Or like people who actually like invest in getting into that culture, it is a completely different situation.
Yeah,
Spencer,
getting mixed results in the chat, but like I said, I'm not versed in it, but I don't think it's that simple. But maybe it is. Maybe you're just like, I'm gonna be in BDSM for the next 2 hours, and then you're not. Okay, I don't.
You know what? But I bet Jack has done that.
Could be.
I bet. I'd put money on it.
Could be.
Yeah.
So Well, let's see where he goes.
It's a construct within a construct within a construct. And the poorly executed takeaway of that was that if feminists would only just acknowledge that perhaps that there is not a complete power symmetry in every relationship, but that sometimes women and men want the man to take the lead and the woman to follow. And
See, he's
it can be
proven my
done in a
point
very
right now.
healthy and constructive.
He's proven that he wasn't shit posting. Look, he's
Yeah.
really explaining it right now.
He was being hyperbolic.
Yeah, but there shit posting is like you don't even believe what you're saying. You're just fucking just dumping shit. I mean, am I wrong about what shit posting is then? I don't know. For me, I think shit posting, it's like you're just saying shit to just get a rise out of anybody,
Right. That's a shit post.
Right, okay.
That's my understanding. It's like, and shit post it's not necessarily trolly. It can just be funny or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, it's no commitment to it. It's just a thing. It's of no particular value, but he's here saying that this is of value, which just makes it hyperbolic. And again, this article, like I could defend this article. I don't remember every word of it, and I can't say that every word of it is fine or accurate, but I could sit and defend the position without much issue to it. Again, hyperbole is often used in explaining problems to draw shock and attention to it. But anyway, here we go.
Constructive way, which resonates, I think, with traditional ideas of marriage, and a lot of high functioning relationships are in that regard. First the captain and the first mate. And so that's really, it was just meant to be a troll piece, to be like, if only feminists would just relax and get involved in some sort of sexual relationship where they could submit, that they would find some power in that submission and maybe even some joy in that.
They do, but okay.
It wasn't meant to be misogynist or hate women or anything like that. No, man, I've got daughters. I've got a woman that I've been with now for 8 years. We're getting married this year. I love my mom. I have no hate for women in me at all.
Okay. Let's see where he goes with this.
I love them. And in fact, there was an exhortation to women, maybe perhaps finding happiness in a relationship in which the man follows, or the man leads and the woman follows, which is antithetical to the feminist proposition, which suggests that women should be the idealized version of men and that they don't need men, et cetera, et cetera. So, it was poorly executed.
Applesauce says, what did he do to get that response from you? I saw you ask for a quick recap earlier in the show. Very briefly, the article that they're not talking about, because I want to say that Jack maybe put a kibosh on them talking about the article in specifics, was the article about how the lady he's marrying right now, he was sending her out to meet with other men on Twitter to have sex with them. He was sending her alone to other men's houses to have sex with them that she met on Tinder, and he was supposed to be her partner. They were in a serious relationship. He would have her flirt with other men at bars, and in the comments he said he would write the article about prostituting her out for money as well. And here he is talking about, I know I have this relationship that I've been in. I love women. I love the women in my life. This is a fraud, and it's a gloss of what happened and what made people angry about this. This guy does not value that person, or at least did not value that person. In fact, the whole article was about how Apex Alpha was to devalue that person. And that wasn't a shitpost because he was fucking doing it. It was actually what was happening. So that's that. That's it.
And it was
Forgetting about the water sport once he gets back. Or yeah, once she gets back home and he pisses on her face or whatever. Like,
I'm the alpha as he's pissing on her.
yeah.
Okay.
He writes
Sure.
the Greek A alpha from the alphabet on her face with urine.
Provocative, and it was only meant to be seen by just a few hundred people, and then I deleted it. And then I took it down as part of that platform responsibility I was talking about. It was
Wait.
When did you take it down, Jack?
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah.
wanna
Wait,
know.
no, they're talking about this lesbian article.
Yeah,
Did
the
he take
lesbian
that-
article,
Did
that's
he take
right.
that one down also?
Yeah, he took down. Well,
All of them.
when he did his pivot,
Yeah.
he took down a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
an appropriate thing to be transmitted out into the universe on a broad scale.
Yeah.
It was only meant to be for a very small niche who got the joke already.
Yeah.
Why?
What joke?
By the way, what's good for the small niche is typically good for society too. Like,
Right.
if the idea is the idea, were you lying then or are you lying now? Is the other question.
Well,
I
it's
don't
supposed
know,
to be
man.
funny. It's like, no one's finding it funny.
Yeah,
guy.
that's the thing. Like the sad thing is, going back to the article they're talking about, is I could defend the article he wrote, but not as a joke, right?
Right.
Like, and he's like trying to walk this line of it was a joke, but it wasn't a joke.
Yeah.
Like, because I believe this, but I totally didn't.
Right.
It shouldn't be communicated, but
Can you make up your mind?
but it's
please?
true if that would just happen. It's like, no, I could defend it as not. I couldn't defend that article as a joke because it wasn't funny.
Right. At all.
It was like an inside joke for people
Oh.
that got broadcasted to the universe.
yeah.
So I
That's-
deleted
it was the
I
inside
deleted
joke
all
thing.
that stuff years ago, and it only resurfaced because people had kept it, people had archived it, people had kept screenshots of it, and every time my profile got a little bit bigger, they would like just reintroduce it into the flow as a way to try to chip away at me.
Yeah, it was those there's few people trying to reintroduce it after you, or people just kept finding it because it was just on an archive site. Like,
Yep.
that's
People dug through my internet trash to find inside jokes with my boys that they didn't get in order to paint me in a poor light.
yeah.
And,
Welcome to
you know,
the
that
internet.
goes
Though.
back to the lack of justice or proportionality. Or
Do you
Like, that
think?
happens to everybody, though.
Yeah. Do you think 69 for 69 was an inside joke between him and his boys?
Yes. I think maybe he and those college boys might have had some inside
oh, God.
jokes.
No.
You asked.
I know.
whatever that we were talking about.
There's a lot of I'm just trying to sort through all the information that I have in my head now. You've said before when you came on my channel that the manosphere is something, it's a very temporary thing, something to pass through. I'm wondering why, and I'm wondering if there's
Because it's convenient for me to say that right now as I try to ignore that part of my life.
something
Mhm.
about the values that were inherent or are inherent in what was or is the manosphere that have stuck to you, that you
Actually, Benjamin, I'd prefer to keep it vague.
think, well, that's
Yeah.
not part of me, that was something I was wrestling with or engaging with, but that's not part of me. And if that is part of the bomb that was created, if there's something in the manosphere or masculinity or dominance and submission, these ideas that
Well, I think I would separate
what's the
masculinity
question?
out from and remind me to come back to your question because I'm not going to answer it right this second.
Wait, what was the question?
Masculinity,
What was his question?
I think his questions are like, what is the manosphere and why is it temporary?
Oh, yeah. The temporary part.
Yeah, that's the gist of
we're
it.
pulling this out for a second because masculinity is not a bad thing. In fact, masculinity is something that's been studied and promoted throughout all time. It's Lindy as it gets, right? And our working definition in liminal order of masculinity, we've studied this through
Oh, here it comes.
Socrates.
Remember, the liminal order is not about selling masculinity. Very important to note.
And Aristotle, and through Hobbes and Locke, and into Nietzsche, and beyond, to come up with a path or an understanding of what it means to be a man.
What does it mean?
It begs
What is
or
masculinity?
raises the question: why do we even need to study what it means to be a man? And part of that is because it's those ideas have been hidden to our boys today, and they were hidden to me as someone who.
Yeah, they were hidden to our
not
boys
answering-
because they didn't
he's
have
not-
the pathway from Socrates to Aristotle to Nietzsche to Locke to Machiavelli. Like, fuck off, man. Just what
He's
what
not
is
saying
it?
anything.
This
He's
is
saying nothing. He's saying nothing.
It's because he's a fraud. He doesn't have anything to say. He wrote this. That is lifted from the Liminal Order website's definition of masculinity, which is as obtuse as this one because it says equally little. It just mentions names of philosophers and says that they have developed a path to masculinity. Well, what the fuck is it? Like, can't you simplify it into a concept or a couple points for people? Should be. You've studied this apparently.
Who was raised in a non-religious, totally liberal, just follow your dreams, do whatever you want,
Really important, his religious path to masculinity of Plato, Aristotle, or Socrates, Nietzsche, Hobbes, and Locke. Just stunning religious origins of masculinity. So as a non-religious person, how could a non-religious person find secular and pagan philosophers throughout history to develop a pathway to masculinity? It was fucking impossible. Again, this guy is a fraud. Nothing he says. It's this pseudo-intellectual bullshit that you find around every fucking college table where there's one junior in college and 3 freshman girls, right? Like, and they're gonna look, man, I'm in philosophy 306. I'm gonna tell you about the path you're gonna take. It's the same thing every fucking time. I hate this conversation style. I hate this shit. I hate when people do this, and he's doing it and he says nothing, but he name drops a bunch of stuff and people go, oh yeah, it's probably profound. I've heard of Nietzsche. Yeah, I bet there's a thing. Stop it. If you can't, why can't you synthesize it into your own thing and say, well, I was inspired by these people, but here's the basic gist of it? Because you're a fraud.
Yep.
And again, he's trying to do this religious grift on the right. That's one of his more recent pivots. So, well, I was raised in a liberal home without religion. It's like, yeah, but Hobbes, Locke, Socrates, Plato, like these are not right-wing conservative thinkers. These are foundational liberalism as well as some conservatism. Like these guys are not in the American political spectrum.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he even I'm seriously asking this. Do you think he's actually read any of those philosophers to the point where he can give you one example from any of them?
Yeah, I don't
believe it. I don't think he would. I think he's just, all he does is he's grandstanding. Like, look at all the stuff I know. So you should keep me up on this pedestal. Keep me up there. All right. I'm up on this pedestal. Believe me, I'm on this pedestal. All right. So, I don't need to explain it to you though. All right. Just believe me. I know all these big words.
It's crazy. One of my in-laws, their ex-husband was like this. And it was so funny because I remember meeting this guy, right? And he was over at my wife and I's house. We've been married for several years at the time. I think we had 2, maybe. I think we had 2 kids. We might have had a third, or the third was on the way. One of those things. And this guy sits down. He does the Jack Murphy. He waxes philosophical about all this stuff, and he's effectively preaching to us his life ethos there, as if we need this random single guy who drives a Mazda Miata's advice, like as if that is entering the realm of necessity for my wife and I, who have been married at this point for, 7 years or something like that.
Okay.
Like that this guy is going to, but that's how he was. He always told the deep stories of knowledge being passed on. And I would listen to him talk to other people, and the shit he was saying, I'm like, wrong. wrong. And I'm not talking about wrong ideas. I'm talking about wrong basic facts.
Wow.
And you just sit there just like, okay, all right, dude, I get it. Okay.
But I bet he said it confidently,
he did.
and that
He
people
did.
probably believed him.
Dude, that's how Jack's conversation is exactly like that, guys. It's crazy.
Libertarian-esque environment where no one ever talked to me about Aristotelian excellences. No one ever talked to me about honor and courage and virtue and what it means to build and to create. That was something that had to be discovered. And the manosphere played.
No one taught him how to be accountable for his actions either.
Jack is in his 50s, which means Jack grew up in the 70s era of liberalism.
Wow.
Jack is trying to retrofit
Yeah, good point.
2010 era liberalism onto
Right.
1970 liberalism. The 1970s, right after the civil rights movement, right after you have Martin Luther King and Malcolm X being hoisted up as icons of honor and courage and integrity, who built movements from oppression to overcome a government oppressive system and defeat institutional racism at a level that hadn't been done since Reconstruction 150 years prior. And he's talking about no liberals would ever teach you about strength and honor and courage. This is literally the time when liberals were talking about strength, honor, and courage and integrity. Like, it's when they were doing it's before their fucking heel turn.
Damn.
And again, it's this pseudo intellectual bullshit. I fucking hate this shit.
Played a very vital role in this one area.
And connected.
Oh wait, he's 45. He's 40. Motherfucker, you look 55. I'm so saying. If he's 45, then he was born in 76. I change nothing about what I say on this. Like, you are not talking about 2010 liberalism.
Right.
I was born in 81 and I learned about these types of values, and I didn't just learn from them from my Catholic upbringing. I learned about them in school because they still taught that shit in school, and specifically in relation to examples that I pulled out.
You to that.
In connecting me to the notion that I had obscured from me what it meant to act in a masculine way or to be a confident, powerful male. Because think about when I'm raised, I'm born in 76, grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and then into this feminist blow up. And
76, right? So he's 45.
76.
Okay, there you go.
we all know that it's been obscured, right? Like, we all know that the feminization of society is something that's been ongoing for some time, and it's manifested itself now in, our socially contagious, trans epidemic and all these things, where it really comes down to the essence of trying to destroy identity as a meaning, or using identity rather as a plane of meaning. And I will credit, which is a different from using, say, like Hobbesian Lockean plane of meaning, which is, survival, or which is different than using an Aristotelian plane of meaning, which is the good life and acting with honor for the polis, right? And so
acting with honor for the polis, that doesn't sound like a liberal value at all. It's very, very rugged individualist of Aristotle to suggest that yet again.
didn't know any of those things. So I will credit the manosphere to triggering me into trying to understand what's going on in society and culture and why. And that thread that I pulled on in the manosphere led me to studying Aristotle and to studying the different planes of meaning that have been used throughout time, and how we're on now to using identity, which is a postmodern concept. In fact, it's Nietzschean. We can talk about that later, but it's that this is the
Nietzsche is very postmodern.
plane of meaning we're operating on, and why that's bad. for society, and what do you do as a response to it? So I would credit the manosphere for triggering me to even consider these notions and then to seek the answers. The problem with the manosphere is when you just get stuck in the pickup part of it, when you just get stuck in the like, how do I talk to girls? How do I have sex with many girls as I possibly can, et cetera, et cetera. And that part is, I think, misogynistic. And I think that part of it is bad. Now, should guys be equipped in like how to actually talk to people? Yes, basic social skills are important. But should we be teaching guys like how to bed as many women as they possibly can? No, absolutely not. And the contradiction within the manosphere is a toxic one, where they'll at once say, go out there, bang as many girls as you can, but then when it's time to get married, only marry a girl who's a virgin or has had one partner. And what that does is, by virtue of the structure there, is create what I call the army of useless sluts. So their whole perspective
fuck is this
requires
guy
an army of
talk about
useless
this
sluts
shit?
in society that are just
I'm you know what, I'm with you. I can't stand when you're listening to someone talk and they're saying nothing with all sorts of words that they are, but they're not saying jack shit. Like, dude, this is supposed to be an interview about you. All right, now you're trying to talk about how you know the world now. Like, dude, I don't fucking care. No one gives a shit. No one cares what you think about the world because you've proven yourself a fucking fraud. And this is only layering it in thicker that you're a fucking fraud.
He's
Yeah,
criticizing
the interviewer should be calling him out on it. I agree.
He's criticizing the manosphere for creating an army of useless sluts, but is the counter argument that if you create a slut out of your partner, then she's not useless? Like, what? Because remember,
Exactly.
like he's embracing that idea of sexual need, desire, and expression that he's criticizing. He's embracing that, but he's just taking out the, you have to marry a virgin and saying, I'll marry this woman who I had other men use. Like, that is a weird fucking stance.
Well, it goes deeper than that because he's acting so morally superior right now when we know for a fact he likes fucking college boys and he fucking slutted his own wife out. Or I guess they're not married. I didn't know they weren't married, but makes no fucking difference.
They're gonna get married this year, though.
You fucking hoard yourself out, dude. You're the fucking whore, and you're acting as though it's the manosphere that it was, but you were acting as though you were one of the leaders of the manosphere, although he denies it, I guess. But it's certainly sounding like he's trying to convince this interviewer and his audience that he is a leader worth following. Like, fuck that.
The manosphere was really a small group, a couple hundred people of his friends.
Oh yeah, small little group.
That's what it was.
Just there to be used as a stepping stone to your manhood until that you decide to marry a virgin. Okay, all that is crap, and I don't want to be associated with it. And anybody that's promoting that stuff, I don't want any association with that at all. And I left it many years ago. Many years ago. And I had deleted anything that was even related to that. And I took
how many years ago?
And in fact, even back then, I would write about the value of being at the head of your dining room table. I would write about the value.
Yeah, you just didn't need your wife at the dining room table. You sent her to Matt from Tinder to be bent over his dining room table.
Yeah, being the head of a dining room table while you're dining alone doesn't mean shit, Jack.
Well, when I'm alone and my dick is hard.
He's just sitting there at the table like, I'm the head of this table. Yeah. Like, bro, you're alone. Your girl's at his house. What are you doing?
And here's the thing. Again, he's waffling back on, well, we didn't preach masculinity, but I did preach masculinity, but I didn't preach masculinity, but I did preach it because I got to talk about.
One of my earliest pieces was called Red Pill in Love. And it was controversial and didn't have much resonance there because how can you be red pill in love? And I talked about Jonathan Haidt's happiness hypothesis, about the difference between passionate love, companionate love, and how the area under the curve for companionate love is much higher and greater. And I was always encouraging people into long-term relationships. I myself have been in one, and I love it. We're getting married, and I can't wait for the rest of our life together. And so,
talk about that relationship, Jack.
To the extent that the manosphere is a way station, for people that may not have a dad or a strong role model to just give them confidence, or as a place to learn about some of our societal ills, it had value. But that last part, to learn about our societal ills, is no longer necessary, because the critique of feminism and its impact on society is now a mainstream concept, right? James Lindsay has done a tremendous job at pushing that out there, and other people. I mean, I had a part to do with it myself, but
he can't not do it. He cannot not do it.
I was just thinking, I'm like, James Lindsay is a fucking beast. If you guys don't know who James Lindsay is, I mean,
Yeah. But like,
Oh.
the deconstruction of feminism is not a mainstream value, by the way. It is not. It's a resistance value that does need to be taught. It is still necessary to deconstruct feminist approaches to the world, because guess what? They're prevailing still. Now, they may be decreasing or whatever. The pendulum may be slowing down, but it has not stopped and gone the other way yet. What are you talking about?
James is taking it to a whole nother level. That's just out there. It's just general. You if you're 16 years old and you're on the internet, you get memes about it. Like you understand.
By the way, though, this was a guy just a second ago talking about how disgusted he was at the concept that there's an army of useless sluts and men need to marry virgins, which is a feminist, which his position is more in line with the feminist than not. That sexual promiscuity is perfectly fine and reasonable. And if you're not now, notice how he did that. He didn't just say that he disagrees. He said that it disgusts him and he wanted no part of it. And so he left and deleted everything even remotely associated with it. So he's talking about being anti-feminist while maintaining a core feminist value about quote unquote sexual liberation, which is a lie. The sexual liberation lie that these sexual relationships have no impact on you and you can do whatever you want, right? And then you can go and by the time you're 30, you'll find a nice man, no matter how many miles of dick have been through you. It's fucking insane.
You understand about how everything's racist and everything's sexist and all these things. But we didn't know that. The Manosphere was a great sense-making place back 15 years ago. But anybody that's still stuck in there now is sick, twisted.
You didn't leave it 15 years ago, man. You deleted that shit. You wrote that shit 6 years ago.
You know, you're warped. And
this is the.
Did you hear what he just said, though?
Yeah, if you still believe that shit, you're warped.
Anyone still in the manosphere is warped.
Yep.
It's like, damn, dude.
But he's an equivocator and a mitigator. This is not 15 years ago. It's 6 years ago. At most 6 years ago that he's involved in this. We know he's on Chatterbait still doing this stuff 4 years ago.
To the extent that they're now also funneling in new young guys, I think it is bad.
Oh, he might be back
because
soon.
the most highest value of it all was the sense-making element to figure out that the feminist thing and then the plane of identity as meaning for the world, the postmodern concept is, sussing that out was an important value or was of value to society. But if it were me, I'd say cap that up, put it away. It's done. I moved on. The world should be moving on as well. And those man boys in there should be moving on as well. And, I've been dragging that baggage around with me for a long time. It sucks. But at the same time, I would not have had come to being a early discusser, sense maker about these concepts without having gone through that. And then not only discussing it, but then putting it into practice. Like, what are we going to do to combat this? Well, let's get together a bunch of guys who find value in, traditional masculinity. And to anticipate a critique or to address a critique that has been placed on me, people say, Giga Chad snake oil salesman teaching disrespected youths how to be a man.
Direct quote from Jeremy.
Nothing could be farther from the truth when it comes to that.
Wait a minute.
There's no.
Did you just credit Jeremy for the Giga Chad?
Well, no, I'm saying direct quote. I know that I've heard him say it.
Yeah, you know who coined the
I'm not giving him credit for it. I just know that he said it before.
I'm taking the credit for it.
Giga Chad.
I'm taking the credit for it.
Wait, hold on, but go back. What did he? What's the direct quote? What did he just say? There you go.
Critique that has been placed on me. People say, Giga Chad snake oil salesman teaching discipline.
That's it. Snake oil salesman.
I mean, nothing.
Did you say that?
From the truth when it comes.
I don't
to
think
that.
I said the snake oil salesman.
Okay.
The Giga Chad came from my direct message to him. Or no, it was it was a tweet I made. He direct messaged the Giga Chad back to me.
Yeah.
Because it was like one of my first tweets on the thing. Because when we were talking about it on Flash's show.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Inside the LO, there's no me teaching.
Yes,
people how to be
Giga
a
Chad
man.
is how
what
it's
we're doing
pronounced
is putting out a signal
properly.
of like, do you believe in the value of masculinity and the power of building and creating and doing with honor and courage and loyalty? Oh, you believe in that? Great. Let's get together in a brotherhood, which is another name for community, and just operate in a sane, healthy way. Almost every single one of our guys in the LO is married with kids.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about fatherhood. We talk about
every single one,
daughters, how to raise our sons, how to build a better world for them, and how to focus on our family and be good leaders for our family. It goes back to the sense that people built a straw man up of me just by association with the term masculinity, and how they've been trying to tear that down. And I don't remember what your original question was.
Well, you answered whatever I was going for anyways.
You did?
There's just a through line, because some of the material that surfaced was about you humiliating women, or in one way or another, directly or rhetorically. And it was just, I think that fueled the humiliation. It's like, oh, this guy likes humiliation. Let's turn the tables around on him. And so when we talk about BDSM or sub-dom stuff, which I don't understand. It's never been salient to me. I just wonder if that translates, or if that how that.
Let's do this real quick. I just want to point something out. This is important. Here we go. December 19th, 2021. He is quoting my tweet in a direct message to me. My tweet was, if an alpha male Giga Chad is advocating that the true path to masculinity is cuckoldry, then their advice is useless anyway. That was a tweet that I made right after Flashcast, right after this happened.
Wait, but look what he says, though. You know this to be factually untrue. You're not wrong. You're absolutely 100% correct. If an alpha male Giga Chad is advocating for the true path to masculinity as cuckoldry, then their advice is useless anyway. Him saying to you, this is factually untrue, is him admitting that he is in fact that alpha in his mind. Because look at this fucking man's ego. He believes he is that alpha male Giga Chad or Giga Chad. I don't know. You pronounce it all weird, but advocating for the truth path for masculinity. That's what the liminal order was supposed to be. Now he's backtracked. Well, no, it's a brotherhood. And, I basically just have them pay me money and I introduce them and they tell each other what it's supposed to be like to be men. Like, dude, wow.
The date of my tweet would have been prior to December 19th. I could find it. It's not really worth it for more than the meme we already have. But if anybody can find someone calling Jack Murphy the alpha male Giga Chad prior to that, then I will humbly accept that they coined it.
Hey,
but
look, look, I could tell how triggered you are by this. All right. And I'm officially giving it to you. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. I want to just move on from this video. We got 10 minutes left. We almost got this.
We got it.
Operates within a context of consensuality or whatever. And then
you didn't know how much autism you were dealing with here.
I felt it
when it's projected onto the.
Yeah, it's complicated stuff, man. I wrote
Was
disease
that
and
also a shit
pregnancy,
post or no?
mutual benefit, shared values. And
I read this article. It was also about cuckoldry.
Was it?
the last one's escaping me. But these were the ideas.
Cuckoldry was the last
those
one.
notice he just listed those ideas.
Yeah.
Now those ideas were the predicate framework, importantly consent and protection from disease, meaning go fuck other people, have no sanctity in your relationship, just wrap your dick with a condom. Like that, like summarize the thing. And also, yeah, your wife could go do whatever too, because that's fine. That's sexual health. That's the sexual health he was promoting. It's linked in the cuckold article.
Wow.
You can still go read. By the way, all these things are still on the Internet Archive. You can still go read them.
Honesty, consent, shared values,
communication,
communication, and mutual benefit, mutual enjoyment, etc. And nobody brings that up when they're trying to give me a hard time. That I've been preaching about this for years, or did it years ago.
Well, which is it? Were you shit posting in the beginning? Were you just shit posting? Were you just doing all this shit to like get a rise out of your small group of friends that no one read anyway? Like he keeps bouncing around between, look at me. Well, see, I was virtuous back then. Or no, it was a shit post. Dude, make up your mind.
He can't.
He
can't do it.
Yep, he can't.
Again, the people's recoiling at the sense of like, is it bad for a man to humiliate a woman upon request? Is the last part. And it's a failure to just acknowledge female agency, which goes back to the whole feminist need rape article, which was really a statement about female agency. It was an article in support.
So it was a feminist argument you made, Jack?
Of female agency. There are women out there who actually enjoy engaging in that type of behavior in a controlled environment, with consent, with honesty, with predetermined boundaries.
He's cherry picking, by the way, because the other
course.
parts are still about the cuckoldry.
Right.
And as a thing that's a construct, but not your life. And I know it's difficult intellectually, perhaps, for people to wrap their mind around that.
That doesn't, in your experience, that doesn't reverberate.
Your small minds can't
outside of
handle
that. Is that
my
Can
glory.
you contain that?
Yeah, of course.
Like, Jack, we can measure your brain through that clear dome of yours, buddy. It's not that big.
Because what's interesting about that is the man is providing a service. It's interesting. It's a performance. It's a service because it's been requested. And then you have to act on behalf of the person who requested it.
Like Matt from Tinder?
You actually don't have to act on behalf of the person that requested it, because if it's based on mutuality and consent, if one person isn't comfortable humiliating the other because they don't think that that's a healthy sexual relationship, they could just refuse.
Right.
Also, but
he loves it.
This dude is so fucking weird.
There's so many dynamics to it that are intricate and difficult to explain. But if there's someone that's come to you and said, I'm interested in this, would you do this for me? And then you talk about how and when and possibly you could do it, and when it starts and when it ends, and what the rules and the guidelines are. Well, then in a sense, you're actually providing a service to somebody else. And yes, it ends. Of course it ends. But the people that know me, man,
no, the peeing on the face never ends. I'm still peeing to this day.
I mean, I'm a giving, generous, kind, supportive, loving, caring.
I'm great.
I want to lift people up. That's all I want to do.
I'm so good.
And that was part of it, man. It was part of helping people at the time. And it's not part of my life anymore. I have a very boring ass vanilla life.
Well, it was a little exciting for a bit.
I don't know. I'm not so sure I believe it.
I don't believe it.
So he just said those principles of mutuality, consent, protection from disease, those aren't part of his life anymore. So like he got rid of consent, that pesky thing. Like, what do you mean by that's not you anymore? Was it true when you wrote it or not? You're trying to talk out of both sides of your mouth, you lesbian.
He's been doing it the whole fucking episode, or this whole interview. His wife definitely fucks other
Well,
people. You know it.
I mean, and that, it brings up a good point, which is I had left all that shit behind years ago. And I had already been working to build a whole productive, valuable, generous kind, not that I wasn't before, but even outwardly and publicly in all these ways, I had been long down a path, a different path. And if someone were to have critiqued me, in December or whatever, and say, you should change your life and you should do X, Y, Z, I'd be like, bro, I've been doing that for years already. Can't we just let it go? Even though you don't understand it and it's not what you're saying and it's a total straw man. Nevertheless, even your prescription to the straw man is what I've already been doing and what I have been preaching, what I've been writing about and what the podcast has been about.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's like it was like an exogenous shock, a bomb, you're right, that had been built in the pieces, just sitting around waiting for some thread to put them all together and then to explode them. But you have to ask, it's like, why?
No,
Would somebody want to take you down?
no one was sitting there doing that. Because you just said, oh, people went in a deep dive on my life as a result of this. Now it was a conspiracy the whole time, waiting for that one moment when they could expose Jack Murphy. Like that was what happened. Come on now.
Well, he thinks it because he thinks that he's some sort of world leader, some sort of glorious, like, person on this super high pedestal that you should worship the ground that he walks on because he's a leader and he made Tim Pool. He made, like, it's just like he really has this grandiose version of himself. But I found it interesting. He was like, I ended that shit years ago, and been building on it. It's like, it was 2018 when he was fucking himself on the internet. It was 2019 when the liminal order was founded and started selling this masculinity shit. That's who knows, seemingly a year, but it could have been a couple months. He could have been like, February, like December. All right, I'm done. All right, January, liminal order, let's do this. I'm going to teach people how to be men.
Amy says, I'm a super progressive 42-year-old New York City lawyer who hates celebs and is obsessed with First Amendment and Amber Heard fraud. Hey, I love it. That sounds great.
What up?
That's fantastic. Happy to have you here. This is a continuation of something that we've been covering, which is the implosion of a fraud. And this is not a fraud, or this is not a person to be celebrated here. It's the implosion of this fraud, and this is his attempted recovery after like 5 months. In December, he got blown out because his fraudulent activity came to the surface. His misrepresentation of who he was, of what he was selling, came out, and his world crumbled down around him. And I was there to laugh at that shit when it happened because it was funny then and it's funny now.
Mm-hmm.
Not because of the kink, but because of the misrepresentation of who he was, and it got exposed. So following up on it, but if you're into free speech, believe me, this channel is all about free speech. I will free speech all over people and all over subjects. And that's the way. But if you just like the trial stuff, wait, it's so hard to listen to the male angle. Well, the male angle, you have to understand one very important thing, Amy. This guy sold the male angle, so we have to approach it from the male angle.
Yeah.
Like, we're in the language that Jack Murphy is pretending he was not using up through November and December. This is a guy who said that he had set a boundary and a woman crossed it and she should have known. That's the language that he couched this in, when in fact he did not set a boundary. And he effectively disciplined her by berating her on her own show for just asking a question that came in from the chat. That's the entire pretext of this. And so again, if you want the male angle, and the reason that this is coming from the male angle specifically,
We're back.
Yeah, is because that's the realm he is speaking from as a fraud. that's the whole issue that he's got here, and he's trying to sell in this realm that he has invaded, but every single time you look at it, it's fraudulent, and that's the beauty here. That's what's going on. But yeah, if you don't know this subject, it's going to be a little obscure for you. So, absolutely. But yeah, and also just with the general caveat, the night show may not be for everyone. It never is intended to be for everyone. The night show is where I sit around, tell jokes, have fun with people, and we talk about whatever subject comes to mind, and it's a good time. Oh, fucking Adam. Adam, you left your headphones by your microphone. Anyway, we're not going till 5. We're almost done. As soon as Adam gets back, there's 6 minutes left. We'll finish up.
All right, sorry about that. No, my
shit.
headset was disconnected. My speakers took over, so my speakers were kind of loud.
why.
My bad.
That's why. Okay, here we go. Let's do it.
Okay.
Well, because I was doing good. I was not like
Not doing well. He was actually doing good work.
doing well, but like doing good things for people.
I know the difference.
All of us, and I think perhaps it was
You know,
difficult for
just
people
to
accept
just
that.
just to add to that, like I was going through Kiwi Farms.
Oh,
doing
come on.
research, and in the middle of this, like finding everything bad about Jack Murphy thread, somebody's like, I showed up to his brunch and it was a great time. I just have to say that we all had a great time. Yeah. So,
But nobody
There
cared,
you go.
right? And those Kiwi Farm guys, they're psychopaths. Those guys, and now.
Oh,
by
yeah,
saying
they're
that,
just
I'm gonna
psychopaths.
unleash
well,
more
we're
dogs of hell.
gonna. I say that because I know that this is gonna end up in that thread anyway. So, you know, I appreciate the time to actually talk to the man that everybody's talking about. You know, having actually participating in the conversation like we're doing right now is much better than, you know, researching this or seeing the thing happen for me, from my perspective. And also I hope that this
God, I want to ask him so many questions about his conclusions.
Yeah.
Was his in-person interview congruent with what you learned through research?
Yeah.
I just want to ask it.
Beautiful.
actually like adds to the conversation, extends people's understanding, diffuses some of the smoke, and adds some clarity, you know.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And
Hold on.
Benjamin, I haven't.
It does make it more clear that he is a fucking fraud. Right? I mean, it just
It's-
drives it home how much he just wants to say all this shit without saying anything.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like again, what has he said in this to address what happened, how he acted? Nothing.
Yeah.
Everything in this was subtle bitching about what happened to him, very passive. And then of course, you know, these are my philosophies, which were all vague and not well thought and not well rounded, but just had plenty of name drop material. Like you took
he just said
philosophy 101.
philosophers. He didn't say any philosophies.
You took a philosophy 102 review and then
The Cliff Notes. He read the Cliff Notes to try to pass the test at the end.
Haven't talked to anybody else since, and you reached out around the time, and I was like, yeah, bro, I'm not really in the place for that just yet. You know, because like I said, there was definitely grief and loss and mourning to go through.
Well, and shock,
and I went through it, and I went through it, and I did it. And look, it's a testament to the power of health and fitness, having a spiritual life connected to a higher power, having a strong, committed family, a strong, committed partner in your woman, being dedicated to your family, having a network of people that you can lean on. And now I've been able to metabolize this drama and sort of, you know, give nutrient to my own soul and hopefully to others in a way that's pretty rapid, right? Like, I think a lot of people might have been down for the count for this, but podcast is up, Twitter is up, LO is open, things are going, we're all moving forward. And, you know, it's like,
by podcast and Twitter being up, he means that they're functioning, by the way. Not that they're up.
Yeah.
It's already fading into the rearview mirror for me. Whether or not it will for others remains to be seen.
Well, speaking of the podcast, is there do you have like a
Do you have metrics on the podcast, Jack? Do you have numbers?
You got any metrics on that?
Got any
What's
data on how that's doing?
And now you mentioned loss. So how much money did you lose monthly? Roundabout. What's a roundabout amount of money you lost per month from people leaving from finding out you're a fraud?
Map of where you're going. Do you kind of have an idea of like what you're trying to describe or explore? Is there a theme, consistency, like other than reorganizing the world perfectly? Like is there?
Yeah, because we should all listen to Jack Murphy on how to reorganize the world perfectly.
I plan to bounce from one group to another, saying various things until one of them catches on, and then ride that wave.
It's always been about me exploring my own intellectual interest.
He literally just said it. Oh my God, he said it with different words. I was joking, Jack.
And
dude, you're a prophet.
In many ways, that's what my Twitter feed has always just been about. I quote books often and show my underlines. It's really about asking questions of people that are writing things that are interesting and salient today. So coming up, I got Luke Burgess, right? Wanting. Hey, we're going to talk about Rene Girard. We're going to talk about mimetic contagion. We're going to talk about scapegoating because it's relevant today.
Because it's relevant today to me, as I've laid out in this interview.
I've got another.
In fact, I just heard all of these words from him. That's why I know them.
Elwanger, and we're going to talk about the process of transformation and the varying the sort of two different kinds of transformation that there is. There's the return to who you were in the first place, and then there's the transformation into something new. And Adam argues that right now on the new right or the post-liberal right, they're trying to return to something and transform all at the same time, and it's not actually going to work. So these are just the salient current subjects that I want to talk about. I had John Robb on. We talked about Russia. We talked about this network swarm. Jordan Hall, we talked about, there's this sort of the meta sense making of everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just continue to talk about things that are salient and talk to people who are writing and investigating these salient subjects and put them together. It's nerdy, man.
Yeah.
The podcast is nerdy. It's deep, and we go deep on people's subject material. And
sure they do.
If you want to get along for that ride, man, I'd love to have you. If you're coming to my channel thinking that we're going to talk about today's most current events and shit talk other YouTubers, you're going to be really disappointed because that ain't my game.
That's not your market. That's okay. Other people are doing that. Other people are fulfilled.
Yeah. I'm not interested in that at all.
I've had a fun time.
I do appreciate
were you interested in that when you tried to get Elijah Schaefer and Sydney Watson fired from the Blaze by tagging Glenn Beck? Were you interested in that when you went after the Quarterings business and asked Liminal Order to go to war for you in the war room? When were you interested in that then, Jack?
Mm-hmm.
Well, where's the interest? When you tried to intimidate me into taking down my rather harmless tweets about you, saying that I had no integrity and that our mutuals would be very disappointed by the very nasty things I was saying in my like reply tweets on a Yellow Flash thread. When were you not interested then? You're not interested now? What happened?
Me a chance to just talk through this in a way that's kind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've had many requests and I've said no to all of them so far, except for you, because I figured you would bring
Give
your
me softballs all day long.
He was safe. Like and this again, I said this last time, I'll say it again. This is not an insult to Benjamin. He's a great channel, 75,000 subscribers. It takes a lot of hard work to do that, and he's doing great. I hope he continues to grow. Jack looked at that as a safe place to do an interview. He doesn't want to do this interview on a 1 million subscriber channel.
Nope.
He doesn't want to do this on a 500,000 subscriber channel. He looks at this and goes, that's safe.
Yeah.
This is a good place for me to be. I can big time this guy. I can big time still.
Oh yeah. He did.
And all that clout that people are chasing. Now, Benjamin appropriately said, you have negative clout, right? Like you have negative clout here. That's correct, Jack. You have negative clout, but Jack doesn't see, he has the absolute value sign on the outside of the number. Is like, negative is positive. I'm still big. That's how he looked at this. And
Well, he's taking it as though he's a victim because of it.
right.
Oh, well, the fact that anyone is why would they even have anything negative to say about me? I don't even understand that.
It's just
So it's like,
trolls.
I'm a victim here. I'm the victim. Yeah, okay, Jack.
Yeah. Okay, we're almost done. Another minute and 40.
General compassion and kindness to the conversation, and you have. So I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for being vulnerable and just speaking about it. You could have not done that. We could have just been abstract the whole time, but I think I appreciate you expressing yourself directly to me, and then also going forward with your life and just being willing to be vulnerable again on this, what do we call it? Like this sadomasochistic construct of the internet.
This hellscape that I've at once asked for it, but also just been thrust into it. You know, like I wasn't a public figure until they doxed me, and then I became one, and then I had to roll with it, and then here we are. Sort of I asked for it, sort of I didn't, but it's my life today, and I'm going for it.
You won the lottery.
Some lottery.
Like the what's the name? Oh, I can't remember. The short story woman wrote the lottery. It's called Shelley. I can't remember.
Oh, the lottery where like they pick one person every year to kill.
Die. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that lottery. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. More than once, actually. So hopefully it won't happen again. I've been canceled by the left and attempted to cancel by the right.
The picture of him on the right.
In the middle with you now.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm going to wrap up the recording, Jack, so we can chat off camera.
That
Thank you so
was
much.
A
My pleasure,
really
Benjamin. Thanks for having me on.
weak song reference attempt there.
My God. All right.
Canceled by the left, canceled by the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. I'm witty. Like, fuck off.
Oh, we fucking did it, dude. We made it. Made it
Yes.
through to the other side of this fucking ridiculous interview.
I have
I've never heard of this man before. Benjamin, right? Benjamin is
Yeah.
Benjamin Boyce. I've
Benjamin
never heard of
Boyce.
him before. I've never seen any of things. It felt like I think you mentioned it. It's like he probably put a kibosh on like talking about specific things. It's almost as if he agreed to do it only if he agreed to like keep it kosher, keep it like
He did not
like,
talk about
the
at
cuck
all.
article.
Yeah, he didn't talk about the cuck article
Or Matt from Tinder sending his
anything
wife
to do
out,
with his wife, and he didn't
or
really talk about the Chatterbait videos.
or attacking Sydney Watson, which was like the catalyst of it all happening. You know, it's like he didn't ask him about why he like lashed out so viciously. You know, it's like those are the things that people want to know about. They just
Yeah.
kind of like walked around it, and they were like looking at it while talking about something else, and I was like, let's just keep moving, and we'll talk about these other articles that are kind of like safe. You know, the lesbian article, all the safe stuff that I can easily explain. It's shit posting. Actually, let me philosophically break it down because I actually believe it, but it's shit posting. Oh, but people were actually reading. It's shit posting. Oh, but the people who did like it. Oh, well, I was actually being serious. It's, you know, here's the reason. It's like,
Yeah.
make up your fucking mind, dude. He went back and forth the whole time. Gosh, that was hard to get through. I'm glad that I had to watch it with you because I would never ever have watched that by myself. There's still a debate in my head that this may have been a waste of time.
Well, of course it was a waste of time, but it was a fun waste of time.
It's true. All right.
Uh,
Well, I
Applesauce-
was laughing a lot. Go ahead.
Applesauce says, "Can you link his background check?" His background check. Why would I
What?
have his background check?
I don't want to know that.
I don't know if that's like a
Sydney Watson has
Pseudonymous-
some great sweatshirts and hoodies that are heartfelt stuff.
heart.
She
felt.
monetized it, and I respect that.
Okay, let me hit some of the big super chats. I know I don't know how much longer you have. It's pretty late.
I should have left 20 minutes ago, but it's
Let me
fine.
hit the big super chats.
Hit
at
the big
least,
ones,
and then-
yeah, and then I'm about.
BN says, "Let's not forget what he said about college boys." Jackson Kai says, "We all talk about the damage Jack Murphy did to his wife, but what really bothers me is that he has kids. I couldn't live with myself if my kids had to carry that baggage by no fault of their own."
Yeah, your shit's on the internet, dude. Your kids are gonna see that, Jack. Not like he's gonna watch this freaking show, but dude, I can't imagine that. Like seeing your dad one day talking about little college boys' assholes. It's like, oh god, dude.
Yeah. It's
Fuck.
it's weird. Kolfe 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says Adam was in a seminal order. No wonder the coffee tasted creamy.
That's funny.
JT says stop dodging the important questions, Crigler. Why did you go by Matt on your Tinder profile? Why is Crigler code so delicious? Crigler code so delicious. I think it means coffee. Why is the Quarterings channel under attack? We demand answers.
Hey, I never claimed to be a leader of the manosphere, all right, to know all these answers. But let me tell you about all these answers I know about.
Nick's Hex says I rewatched
what was that?
Nick's Hex.
Oh, good.
I
I
was
couldn't hear
yawning,
you
sorry.
through the yawn.
I was trying not to, but
I know. You got to
I'm
just let it fly, man.
I'm so exhausted. In the best way though. Like
Yeah.
I'm doing the good work. I'm doing good for people.
No, you are. You are doing good work.
Nick's Hex says I rewatched the Maddox cuck video yesterday for laughs, and his justification for cuckoldry being okay is literally you should be okay with it because it's just like watching porn. So there you go.
That's funny.
You mentioned that earlier, but
Yeah.
since Maddox said it, you know that you're wrong. So I just wanted to point that out. Like,
Who's Maddox? I don't even know what that is.
oh Christ, we don't have
Do I want to know?
anywhere. We do not have the time for that.
Okay. Well, we'll circle back to that.
Yeah.
Another time.
C. Neal says, can Jack please don't have a Texas state flag over your shoulder from the president of the men? Keep your cucking to yourself, just like your Feelings Texas chapter. Thank you. Thank you, C. Neal. Oh shit. It jumped down on me. Hold on one second. Damn it. Where were we? Okay, here we go.
Yo, you guys should hit that like button. Come on, smash it. Smash that like button. Come on, hit.
Smash it like it's Jack's wife.
The ratio is not good. The smash to like ratio is all out of whack right now. I need to see people hitting that like button.
Felipe Move says, Nick, I'm ashamed to have followed and watched your videos, and I also regret it. Thank you, Felipe. At least it's consistent. Gates of Above says Murphy had his girl cultivate his chocolate starfish with her tongue. Johnny Arcade. Best part of this interview, besides him taking zero responsibility and actually defending abusing women, is when he says Tim Pool and crew have actually been supportive of him throughout this. This interview is infuriating.
He hasn't been back on the show since, so I hear.
Oh yeah,
ever since he lied on Tim's show. Seems like
I don't know Tim that well, but there's a couple things that I feel like he probably wouldn't appreciate, and one of them is like he brought the Jack issue brought a lot of super chats to Tim's show, which Tim pretty much ignored because he doesn't really do the drama thing so much. But they also brought a lot of people who were mad about the situation, and Tim didn't want to do drama, but also these people were like begging him to please address the situation, and he was stuck. And that's messing with his thing.
Well, he did what he did best, and that's just keep working and ignore problems.
Right, but I feel like he looked at Jack and he's like, this guy is messing with my thing. He's out. He's done. That's what it looked like to me.
Yep, I could see it.
Like he wanted to work. Nicholas Cruiser says scapegoat.se. No, stop it. Stop it, Nicholas Cruiser. Jason the Great Awakening says, what's the matter? Don't like the taste of the Alpha Chad Kool-Aid. And he also says, is Jack the hidden eighth dwarf grifty? Snake Eyes. Hey, Nick, care to have a toast with me? It's the 1-year anniversary of my father's death. The Lord took him home too soon. As always, love your content and your guests. Sure, real quick, to Snake Eyes, to your father, a man taken too soon, and a father is always taken too soon from this world, either because he has so much more to give to his children that he's already given them so much, or because he still has things to atone for his failures. And for most of us, some combination of both. But in spite of the successes and the failures, We always wish them a peaceful journey home. Cheers.
Rusty just said, I'm a big fan of Benjamin Boyce, but that was disappointing. Jack is a sociopath. Lacking any sense of self-awareness. Benjamin didn't pick up on it. Sad. Look, I had Carlin Borisenko on my show a bunch, and that woman is freaking crazy, and I didn't pick up on it, because I like to see the good in others, and I could see that in this guy, so I don't know him, but I could see that he was really trying to just be like a positive person, not try to be an attack, someone that who attacks and shit. So,
and he's the first interview that Jack's done. Jack grants him this interview. He cannot come out and just start railing into him, right?
Yeah.
Like because Jack will just leave.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He'll bounce. Like, why would he stay with that?
Yeah.
So
now he had a tough gig to work with, and he did the job. I mean, I there are things he could have done better probably, but what can you ask for? He got the interview. He's the only person who has. Icy Brain says, "What's up, guys? Big fan of you both. I have no clue what's going on, but thought I'd drop by and say hi. Dude on the right looks pretty bummed." That was during Jack, not you, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Generalissimo says, "If it's racist to wear black face paint, is it racist to sell it?" Yes. Adam, is it true that under the beanie, Tim's forehead just keeps going up?
Yes.
Jack be like, "Nobody cared who I was until my wife put on the strap on." That was my Bane impression. So more Unbreaded Havoc says, "I'm just here enabling Nick to do bad things. Sorry, not sorry." Squirrel Knight says, "Y'all better superimpose Jack's beard on the girl when you shop the nose on that porn star. That said, you need to stop getting Crigler on the show. I feel really unchristian feelings, that handsome devil on your stream."
Heyo, thank you.
Shin-chan says, make sure you go watch the last interview. You can see Adam Crigler naked.
Yeah, it's true. I just want to check my Twitter just in case someone is posting this. It wouldn't surprise me if someone already has like a little clip of your face on this freaking porn star. I think it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be fucking hilarious, and it would be amazing if I could show it right now.
Shinchan 256B says, "Jack is coping almost as hard as the Fuentes and the Rage Pig crew. They're mean to me, so I flagged their stream. I'm just saying, Catboys felted. We will always laugh at you." The Squid says, "The narcissistic Jack can't understand that nobody cared about him or looked up to him. They only knew he wrote a book and was on Timcast. People actually love Sydney, and him blowing up on her caused the entire backlash." Yep. That's pretty accurate. Taco the Turtle says, "Hi, Nick. Just want to thank you for the good laugh with Adam Crigler. I was never a fan of Jack Murphy. Now I know. Thanks." You're welcome, Taco. Mike Likes Tacos says, "Talk about the credible spiritual philosophy of wondering and contemplating the amalgamations of the humanism related to knowing fictitious realities. Also, those tight college boys. Hashtag fed." Thank you, Mike. Bob Piffle says, "Depp at times sounded very much like Quint in his USS Indianapolis speech. And every time the cam showed Amber, I saw young Nurse Ratched. A Binger USS Indianapolis speech would be fantastic. Let us sip one. God bless." Okay. I don't know what that's from, but I believe you. Icy Brain says, "Oh, wait, I remember Jack. He stayed in my guest room one night back in 2016. He said he got in some good shit posting before bed. I was confused at first because I didn't have Wi-Fi. I later discovered my newly stained bedposts." Oh, Christopher Nicholson says, "Guys, before you judge Benjamin Boyce, watch his Evergreen College 20+ video playlist on his YouTube channel. He's an alumnus of Evergreen. His documentary on the recent SJW turmoil there is a masterwork." Yeah, I don't judge him. Mild criticisms of his interview or questions that I would think I might have asked, but that's not a judgment. Stylistic differences. Skyrim 96 says, "Who'd win in a fight, Jack Murphy or Jack Dorsey? 1-on-1, no holds barred match."
Jack Dorsey's pretty thin. I feel like,
but he's not a college boy, so I think Jack
Murph.
might not be as much into it.
Yeah. I mean, a fight to the death is like one of you will die. Which one? Who's gonna win? Jack Murphy's like, I still have lots of college boys to fuck. I'm gonna win this.
Rotor 13 says he always came across like an actual snake oil salesman 100%, similar to those scummy prepaid legal MLM schemes trying to convince you to buy into a subscription model for something you actually can take care of yourself. Radioactive Llama Pajama says, I blame the Ben for this catastrophe of an interview. He should be holding his feet to the fire and is instead allowing Jack off the hook. And he walks away thinking he has justified himself never to address this again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely.
possible.
That was accurate.
Possible. Nova says, Crigler International Shipping, get on it.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's very expensive. Unfortunately, it's just really, no matter which way I do it, it's really expensive. And it would have to go on to the purchaser of my coffee, which is like, I don't want you to. You want to spend $40 on a bag of coffee that costs $15? You know, it's like it's crazy the prices though.
Some people would though.
Yeah, maybe.
Dirtbike says, Jack is right. If someone comes to you and wants you to do something kinky, you have to honor it. Someone came to Jack's girlfriend himself and he asked her to eat his groceries and watch him drill it. Sejong the Great says, one of my few to Nick's show, but this has been one of my most out loud laughing I've done in a while. Jack's upgraded beard tint job has been the most insane thing out of all this. Like, you know what I need? New streaks.
Yeah. What's up, Sejong? Thanks for showing up.
How you doing, Sejong? Welcome. Welcome. Okay, let's see.
No, I'm
that's
out here.
That's the big ones.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here, bro.
Right,
I love coming on your show. I laugh. My cheeks hurt a little bit. I gotta forcibly stop myself from smiling for a little while. That was great, man. It's hilarious.
It's always fun, buddy.
We got this more often.
All right, dude.
Yeah. All right. I'll check out my show, The Crigler Show. It's in the description below. Right. Yeah.
Yep.
In the
You
description,
click on the
Crigler
Show.
I have I usually do interviews 2 times a week, and I have a set show Monday. It's called Bay Staff Mondays. A couple people join me. 1/8 Wednesdays, where Quarter Black Garrett, formerly of the Louder with Crowder show, now he's working with Nerdrotic. He joins me on Wednesdays, and then Fridays I do kind of like a jam session on these guitars behind me, and have a good time. So come check me out. Yeah, and then of course Crigler Coffee if you're in the States anyway. Otherwise, this is what I have to say. If you are out of the States, you can
get out of my show. I don't even want to hear your messaging anymore. Thank goodness. Okay. It's time to filter everybody out. Everybody needs to be filtered. Unbread! All right. So to anybody in the chat who gets offended by anything, now is your time to probably leave. We're doing our daily unbreaded. 197 is the page number. Let me get it ready. To those who are uninitiated. Damn it. Those who are uninitiated to the daily unbreaded, don't worry, your super chats will all be read. We've got to do this segment of the show. That's how it goes. This is where we read the manifesto of Matthew C. Harris, one page at a time. I pick a random page. The page today is 197. Matthew Harris is a postdoctorate. That means he has his doctoral degree in philosophy, professor at UCLA. He is a former professor from UCLA. And he wrote this 803-page manifesto. Matthew Harris is Black, and he has some things to say about life, about society, and we read this. So this is not me. This is not my words. Very important, because some people might take this the wrong way, but this is about Matthew Harris and his wisdom that we're going to share as a person who is have been arrested and I believe charged with terroristic threats of violence. So here we go. This is page 197 out of 803. And unfortunately, I do have to censor a couple of the words. Just a few have to be. We have some stand-in words for this. Okay. Okay. I love this page already. Here we go. If you are new here, this is what you signed up for. Binger, don't eat another man's food. Don't eat food in other languages. Don't pray to the enemy by eating his shit with him. Binger, wake the fuck up. That is not your friend. Stop eating his food. Stop eating his pizza and worshiping his fashion. You clowns don't realize your own circus is sacred and his is a joke. You don't realize you have more in yourself than any unworthy man. Fuck him up with bullets and sell your own damn snacks. You are the shit, Binger. Stop worshiping the altar of the unworthy man. Stop eating his shitty pasta and paying top dollar for his shitty plates of food. His food is trash. All of him is trash. His sandwiches are trash. He has no soul. Pizza is 3 ingredients. You don't want his fingers meddling inside your dinner. You don't need him to put his disgusting cheeses on your bread. Bake your own bread, Binger. Sell Binger own original cheese. Binger can make it better. Binger don't hesitate to do it without them. I got a PhD so you don't have to. I got a degree just to prove to you that it ain't shit. And there is no knowledge Binger need other than to work endlessly for ourselves, as Binger already better than anyone else. Stop paying him for his shitty pasta. That ain't shit, and it don't taste better than you can make it with the same ingredients. Binger, money is worth more than any money an unworthy man can pay you. Integrity cannot be bought. Integrity is worth more than all the money the unworthy man has ever had. Integrity is our most valuable possession. Everything else is a result. Everything else is optional, and you can go without it. No pleasure feels better than knowing Binger has integrity. Binger should eat stereotypical food and only stereotypical food. Binger should make it powerful. Binger should make it healthy and add power to the point that our athletes only eat Binger food. Binger should never eat anyone else's food. Binger should never fuck with anyone else's eat foreign food. Rich Binger should eat the same food as poor Binger. That's how Binger take over the planet. It proves to poor Binger that they are one with all Binger, that Binger are best, and that Binger eat together as one, that Binger rule together as one. It uplifts all Binger, as all Binger know that Binger are the best. No others are allowed. Binger is done with the faggot narrative of selling for struggling. Binger is done with, I made it despite my color. Binger is at the location shouting, I will kill all of you and you will give me everything or I will torture your children. Binger food is automatically the best food on the planet. Binger don't say, act like you mean it. Binger don't act, they feel and enjoy feeling regardless. Binger enjoy the soul, and actions are a separate thing that makes perfection as long as Binger feels himself. Binger shoot up the Hamptons with machine guns. Hung unworthy bodies in they compound. Some people are just shitty and they disguise their predatory, abusive, and exploitative behavior as gender or sexual preference. Really, they are just shitty. They hide their shitty personalities behind that shit as a way to pretend they are oppressed like Binger. They are still unworthy. The unworthy advisor will drop the most intelligent Binger on the planet into the abyss of unemployment as soon as he notices him whistling at an unworthy woman. Woman would find out I studied philosophy and ask me if I knew certain male philosophers and then just collapse into sadness when his name came up. Those same men had reputations for stalking and abusing women. Those same male feminists are rapists with reputations for drugging and manipulating hundreds of women while still preaching about feminism and the horrors of rape culture. It is a sort of dress-up game, a sort of costume worn by rich, unworthy men and all others who copy and imitate them. The alpha male construct is something.
unbread.
Whew. There we go. There we go. That is the Daily Unbreaded. It has been the Daily Unbreaded, and it is done. That's a pretty good page. That is a pretty good page. He sort of meandered into some truth there. Male feminists, very scary people. Very scary people. When will I have Null on next? I don't know. I should talk. I haven't talked to him in a while. I should see how he's doing. Check in on the guy. That's the Unbreaded. So, okay, now I have to read the rest of the super chats, and we got to finish up because I got to get to bed. These are long days. They're long days, and I need to be, I need to be making sure that I get enough sleep to do the show, right? Like that's the trick. You got to get enough sleep to do the show, and I don't always do that, but I need to try. So, okay, here we go. With that, let's go over to Odyssey. Herman Armenia says, this guy's complaining people were trying to get regulatory bodies after him, which sounds up his alley. And yet he went after You Are Here by going to Glenn Beck directly. Total hypocrite for a guy whose philosophy could be best described as hypocrisy. Also, dictionarian and thesaurian. Yes, very much. And then Herman Armenia says, Jack thinks people turn on him for the porn when it was his response to Sydney, showing that the macho man persona was a front for how insecure he is. He swindled thousands from directionless men. Now he cries thousands were raised to hurt him. His ego and victimhood killed his redemption arc. I agree. I think so. And Herman asks if I have a confirmed date for Medicare yet. No, I do not. Working on it with Jim. We are in contact, but we do not have a confirmed date yet. Bob Piffle says, God bless. Keep on keeping on. Hey, thanks, Bob. Very much appreciated. And over on Rumble, SC Medic 71 says, Adam said that Jack was mad that all the shit came out. What else would he expect after he killed his starfish? Also says, almost ironic that this interview came out right around Good Friday. Next thing we know, he'll be explaining how he was made to wear a crown of thorns. Is this inside joke? Does he mean inside his colon? Yes. Rumble username suck says the next three chats. Did Jack just quote and agree with Anita Sarkeesian? Everything is racist and sexist. What a fucking tool. Just go back to Chatterbait, you pretentious shit. You fit better there with heels up and ass out. Next, and I'm getting really fucking pissed that Rumble rapes my rants with censorship because they're pussies from Canadianistan, pile of shit country that we should have taken when we left Britain. Cunt. Rumble is allegedly moving to Florida, I believe, which should fix that. And then Rumble username Suck also says, for Nick in the chat, which of Nick's guests would have the most interesting reading of Unbreaded? Branka and Smitty come to mind for me, but I'm sure there's some less recent ones I'm unaware of. Next we've got, oh my gosh, what is going on here? Oh, the window is slow. There we go. Bond Necron 444 says, oh my God, listening to Johnny Depp is like watching paint dry. Silly had some interesting things to say. Kelly Daly says, more DJ impersonation, please. Nah, I gotta, I might upload the DJ impersonation into StreamYard for myself, but not tonight. Bond Necron 444 says, so sick of weak men who fail everybody around them. Not like us mega ultra Giga Chads. While my dad and uncles were all vets, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Stango says, Herd's hate-filled demon laced with coke is the thing of dreams. Ethan Flash says, F you, Rekieta, you shyster lawyer. Trick me into becoming a channel member only to skip my member chat. You shyster figgot. I'll smother you with the perspiring folds of the gun. And Ethan Flash also says, also, fuck you too, Crigler, you hipster figgot. Tyler K says, can I get a toast for my grandma, Sarah, who died December of 2019? I'm the oldest grandson, lived with her for many years. The most honorable woman I've known. Yes, you can. You can't get the picture of a monkey fucking a football out of your mind. It's impossible. Logalus has read Unbreaded, I believe. Or he was here for it. I don't know if he read it. Oh, because he's Canadian. He might not have. Canadian lawyer. I think we might have tread lightly on that one. To Tyler K's grandmother, Sarah, died in 2019, who took on an important role that some grandmothers are forced into, but take on with love and respect many times. And that is of a surrogate mother for whatever reason. Tyler K lived with his grandmother, Sarah, for a while. And she was the most honorable woman he's ever known, because sometimes honor has to be taught by a grandparent. Sometimes through no fault of the parent, and other times through all the fault of the parent. But it doesn't matter when the grandparent takes over, because they effectively become mom when mom can't do it. Cheers to Sarah. It's happening with Harper says, I know you said he came off pretentious sometimes, but I found Johnny Depp so endearing. Look, he came off pretentious at one point just because I don't like how actors talk about their craft. They always get so intellectual about it. It gets annoying, but that's not him. That's an actor problem. It's like when I talk about writing or whatever. It's the same thing. I get really fucking annoying. I know it. And truly believable, I didn't find him dishonest. He's likable to the jury. Yeah, I agree with basically all of that. Saracen's Day Friend says Amber wants to remove his shoes so she can smell his feet. She definitely gets high off the fumes. Matt from Tinder says, I am tired of Jack's girl. Shout out to any dude who wants me to do his woman. The dude says Adam, New Game Plus or New Game Plus Plus. Also Lydia with balls or without balls. I'm dumb, but I ain't that dumb. Says, hey, Adam, do you hate graphene yet? Yes, he does. He told me. Emily Wooten says, was headed to bed. Quick check and found Adam on Nick. Mind blown. Perfect. Sausage Finger says, wait, Adam, are you Delco? I don't know what the fuck Delco is. Brian, thank you for the donation. He also says, finally, good guest again. Hard to watch lately. Damn. A strong indictment of my guests, I guess. I don't know. Or me. I'm not sure. Is Halesen says he did that for $3. Yes, he did. Nixon Talk says Jack wants his slippy slide. William Leverett says, am I the only one that finds Adams not saying anything mantra regarding Timcast cringe AF? Who knows? Friendly Neighborhood Sawyer says, I'm a freedom identitarian and individual supremacist. Carishian says, the wife loves the work. It's a crying shame. A post wall was Jack Murphing her hubby with the handyman and was found in a suitcase in Queens. Who done it? I have no idea. Nora Vanguard says, so Drex has a woman now. Also, I sent you an image you might like in your Twitter DMs. I don't know if I'm going to like whatever. I do not get Twitter DMs that I really want most of the time. Oh yeah, it's just a true one. Unfortunately, I can't really show that on stream, but that's just a true image. Thank you. 200 Watt Studio says, Adam, I'm not too familiar with dildos. Huh. William Smith, just so you know, that Beirut bomb was very obviously not an accident. JT says, nice try, Crigler. You can't force typos to stop me talking about delicious Crigler coffee, especially that Catalyst blend. Congiant says, if you were to choose a Viking symbol, would you choose a symbol to make you invincible, a symbol to help you never lose your way? Wolves runes. I would choose the second, never lose your way. Shot Red 555 says, DJ Criminal Order. Siumara says, yo, why does he have a lisp now? Jack, he always did. Caldwell says, seems scared he have investors to pay. JT says, Adam, you need to explain why Tim fired you for being a wacky turkey, which just happens to rhyme with Jack Murphy, and why we've never seen you two on the same podcast. Good question. Carishian says, regret versus shame. Regret is made by external failures. Shame is internal failures. Trevor R says, if suddenly I found out Nick was a no-ballser, I'd feel the same amount of betrayal. Although I personally think unicorns would look weird with testes. Monster Mangler says he doesn't regret doing it. He regrets getting caught. There's a difference between being genuinely remorseful and just mad that people found out. Yes. A white guy named Tyrone says he can try to become a pimp since he has some experience pimping women out. Carishian says he is ashamed of his past but doesn't want to regret it. Regretting something is admitting guilt. Now, he said the opposite. He said he did regret things but was not ashamed of them. Cecil says his adult-only content says simple fix, shave beard, get wigs, start over as Schmack Schmurphy. Contrarian says Jack is here in the chat now, isn't he? Maybe. ID Crisis, the limb anal order. Gundwin says, why is Edward Snowden interviewing Jack Murphy? Good questions. JT, Adam, explain why you haven't publicly denounced the possibility of Crigler Coffee releasing a blend over coffee sometime in the future. Caleb Foster, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, in order to avoid facing their own soul, quoting Carl Jung. Von Necron, I would never want a woman to toss my salad, but a woman who is willing to do it, gotta respect the dedication. Wolfgang Deo says, some ladies are still pissed at me years later. Nexi, Ezra Miller today, Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Jackson Kai, Jack Murphy is going to start World War III when Putin finds out who he's been compared to. Wolfgang Deo says, Adam, I just bought you a fart jar. Enjoy it. Devious Smile says, fart jar lol, unrelated. What is your P.O. box? My P.O. box is P.O. Box 97. It's in the bottom of every video description. ID Crisis says, Jack Murphy equals Jim Baker. Russell Hall, Ukraine is worse than Jack Murphy. Much worse. Joe K says, Jack Murphy levels of delusion could be a new meme. Dude is an SJW through and through, a grifter that will latch on to anything for profit and clout. David says, shame on Ben Boyce for playing into Jack's BS. KF, Terry Bollea's piece isn't as big as Hulk Hogan's. True. Hulk Hogan has a 10-inch penis or whatever, and Terry Bollea is like 6. Wolfgang says, Murphy Prob did something with a goat in Berlin. Sam Walters, this is not meant to sound dickish. I just had a family friend delete himself. The differences in rock bottom, absolutely mind-blowing. Hashtag unbreaded. Oh, Sam, sorry to hear that about your friend. May you rest in peace. Free from the pain that was plaguing his life. That we hope no one ever makes that decision. When we do, we can only wish peace to them and peace to their family. Squirrel Knight says, please add the words I missed in my drunken stupor. Okay. Sam Walters, saw Jack on Tim's show a year or two ago. He struck me as off and I just couldn't put my finger on it, which is why he doesn't like you. If you put your finger on it, he would have been right there with you. This whole debacle just makes me want to buy my gut a steak. Blue rare, hashtag heartfelt, hashtag deplorable. I'm dumb, but I ain't that dumb. Consider this. He's so degen. He has enjoyed this whole debacle. Yeah, because he likes the humiliation fetish. Lots of people have suggested that. Nick's Hex says, Jack is a bald, pretentious cuckold who sells false bravado, then disavows his past when caught. He even uses my grape article is poorly written as a defense. Jack is Maddox. Fierce, yeah, he sure is. Fierce Ranma says 69 for 69. Squirrel Knight says, don't know that guy on the left, but let me just say a floating head with a floating hands ain't a good look. Looks like a Saturday morning skit you play between the cartoons. David Bowser says, Jack pulls the lines from the douche guy in the bar from Good Will Hunting. SD Alex 46 and 2 says, Crigler got rid of the interview on YouTube. CL Hunter says, sing this to Jack Murphy. Baby, baby, wash your face with gravy, wrap yourself in bubble gum, and send you to the Navy, baby, baby. I don't know. Okay. Gross. Orange Red, thanks for the message, but it was retracted. Cars in Depth says, why diss the Miata? Car guys respect it. Best-selling sports car ever, and perhaps the most popular race car today. Spec Miata racers are hardly sissies. There you go. Some backlash on the Miata criticism. David Bowser says Jack let his girl sleep with other dudes and then convinced himself that it was his idea. Amateur Ant, the only thing right Islam gets is how to treat women. Laughy face. Spank my face says Jack loves tossing salads, word salads included. Bob Piffle says to hell with this guy already. Well, he's done for, I have no more reason to talk to him or talk about him unless he does something, ridiculous again. Start the clock. Rottweiler says, would I be wrong to assume that this Benjamin guy is just filleting Murphy at this point? He's not asking anything of substance, and he's letting Murphy to be the obnoxious blowhard he is. What the fuck? David A. Hamilton says Murphy is a Terra Chad. Amy Mierta says, thanks for recognizing Chick in the chat. Well, sure. Like I said, plenty of females watch the show. So you're not as alone as you may think you are. Brian Law says to Jack Goldman, quote, at no point in your rambling incoherent response was there anything that could even be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. David Bowser says, just bought 2 pounds of Costa Rican coffee from Crigler Coffee. Support this man. Orange Red, another retracted message. Rusty S, I'm a fan of Benjamin Boyce, but this is disappointing. Jack is a sociopath, lacking any self-awareness. Benjamin didn't pick it up. Sad. Amy Mierta says, awake at 9 a.m. and drinking scotch and lucid. Cheers. Cheers, Amy. Hope you're still here. Bad Dragonite says the misadventures of Nose and Crigglebottom. Kelly Daly says, please do the DJ impression. I need it badly. No, I'm not in the moment. I can't just do it. Jason the Great Awakening says, thanks for teaching me about fart jars and cat boys. I needed to know. Ferdinand 314, thanks for the donation. ID Crisis. If you grew up in a household where Swaggart, Copeland, Tilton, and Baker were on all day, you saw this guy from a mile away. Ferdinand 314, thanks for the donation again. Wolfgang Deo, I am offended and suing. Good. Amtrue 13 says, Will Murphy Smith says it all. Lol. Matthew Harder says, Fug Nick, I was reading about the murder of Todd and Stacy Bagley and realized the main murder rubbed my head when I was 11 and said I was a good kid. Shit. That's crazy, man. 200 Watt Studio says, Binger, don't put pineapple on pizza. Jerk off Juggernaut. I can't wait in 3 years when the unbreaded Book of Judgment is completely read and the full video is compiled. It will make a beautiful-ish show. Brian Law says Goldman read the cliff notes of the Spark Notes of the Sean's outline of Philosophy 101, and we all suffered the consequences. Ethan Hall says DM'd on Twitter, same name as here. Please check out. Lieutenant Hughes, no Tug tomorrow, but you have us, Nick. Yes, Tug will be streaming on his own channel tomorrow, which Tug is not like, just so people are aware, Tug was like, man, I don't know if I can stream every day on my channel, but I'll pop into yours when I can. But that doesn't mean that Tug was never going to do anything on his channel. So hope people go watch Tug if that's the coverage that they want. And I hope he has a very successful show. The Squid says, define irony. It's me getting my Facebook account disabled for posting a meme about checking my account and it being disabled. LV Esquire says, still waiting to hear back from you, Nick. Will you remember this super chat? Yes. Bad Dragonite says, notice you got a shout out by Arch and Sargon the other day for your Chaos God denial. Papa Nurgle is displeased. Digi Prada, thank you for the donation. Wolfgang Deo says, spam. LV Esquire says, my old law school friend Jeff Diaz of the Mises Institute might make a good guess for you. Just tell him the Rev vouches for you. CL Hunter says, you sang it wrong. Learn and understand the song. I don't know the song. I don't know what it's even from. And then finally, Rumble username Sucks says, with Tug saying he's going to stream on his channel tomorrow, who do you think is the next member of the panel to go independent? Nick, you need to share some of that grift money and keep them around. Why would I do that for them? Like, they could do it for themselves and grow their channel and do whatever they want. People are welcome to join my show. I'm not compelling anybody to do so, and I will happily do the show by myself if I need to. People on my channel asked me to cover the Johnny Depp case, so that's what I'm doing. And if people want to join me for that, they can. Not everybody is able to stream, 8 to 9 straight hours for a full day of trial, and so they don't do it, for whatever reason. I have made it a priority to be able to do so. So that's why I do it. With that said, let's see. Wait, what is this? Okay, anyway, that's it. That's the show. There we go. Thank you guys. I gotta get the link up for tomorrow, and I gotta get a couple hours of precious shut eye, so I can get up and do the Johnny Depp hearing tomorrow. It's in some ways it might be a slog. It's going to be probably a full day of Johnny Depp, most of it on direct. I don't know if we'll get to cross tomorrow or not. Brian Law says Jack Goldman lies. A gullible boy's prostate dies. Fuck. I cannot Twitch Elden Ring for an hour. I can't do it. We'll do Elden Ring on Friday, probably Thursday night, and maybe Friday during the day and Friday night. I think so, but we'll be doing some Elden Ring towards the end of the week. Jackson Kai says, feel like my chats have been annoying you today. No. Here's another 20 as a sorry. Dude, stop. This is the only chat that's annoyed me today. You don't have to ever apologize to me for sending me money. Whoa, please do not. I'll work on my stuff. Life has been imploding lately. Going to go read a 40K book and hope I'm funner tomorrow. Have a good night, Nick. Jackson, no, buddy. You do not have to worry about anything. Okay. That's it. We're going to see, we'll be up in the morning. Hope to see some of you there. Hope to see as many of you as possible there. Until next time, Wolfgang Deo says, how much do you hate me? More. Until next time, guys. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more at Lodbrok. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the team post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law